Chapter 2281. Due to Duan Lingtian's closed-door cultivation, many people from the Wandering Saint Palace who wanted to meet him were unable to do so. Apart from the elders of the Wandering Saint Palace, there were also a few vice palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace, including Huang Qiling's father. Although Huang Qiling's father was a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, his strength was only above the elders of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was the weakest among the vice palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace. Otherwise, the three descendants of the elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not have treated Huang Qiling that way. Brother Ling Tian has gone into closed-door cultivation? Even Huang Qiling had only just learned about Duan Lingtian's closed-door cultivation. Just like that, Duan Lingtian, the new vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, went into seclusion again after joining the Wandering Saint Palace. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people talking about him in the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil Clan's territory. Time could dilute everything. These words were not false at all. Time flew by, and a year passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, people no longer paid attention to Duan Lingtian in the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil Clan's territory. They were more interested in the matter of the inter-province transportation formation being reconstructed by the formation masters of the Devil Clans. Have you heard? Currently, the construction of the inter-province transportation formation is almost at its final stage. It'll take us at least 1 or 2 years to reach the upper province from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. A human devil exclaimed excitedly in a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City. How could we not have heard about such big news? Another human devil chuckled. I heard that the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls has sent many powerhouses to search for materials needed to reconstruct the inter-province transportation formation. As the 2 humanoid demons started the discussion, more and more humanoid demons joined in. It's not just the Human Devil Clan. The other devil clans are also searching for materials in the WCI subterranean. Some devil clans have even returned to their homeworlds in search of materials. Currently, in order to set up the inter-province transportation formation that connects the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the devil clans can be said to be united. I hope the devil clans will still be as united as they are now after we invade the upper province. Of course, we have to be united. After all, most of the human powerhouses were in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If we don't unite, we might not be able to defeat them and conquer the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Martial Saint Land is very good, and the cultivation resources are abundant, of course. If that wasn't the case, why would all the human experts gather there? If it was some remote place, would you go there? The more you talk, the more I look forward to it. I really hope that the interdomain teleportation array can be completed as soon as possible. In the restaurant, a group of demonic humans were in full swing. Based on their words, they were filled with anticipation for the excellent cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the territory of the Boar Demons, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil Clan, namely the Black Boar Tribe, the Thunder Boar Tribe, and the Red Boar Tribe, rarely gathered together. The materials that our Red Boar Tribe collected recently have been sent over. What about your side? The chief of the Red Boar Tribe looked at the other 2 and asked. It's the same. The chiefs of the Black Boar Tribe and the Thunder Boar Tribe also nodded. The materials they spoke of were naturally the materials needed by the Devil Race's formation masters to set up the inter-realm transportation formation. Based on the current progress, the inter-province transportation formation will be completed very soon. At that time, the Boar Devil Clan will have to move again. The eyes of the chief of the Thunder Boar Tribe flashed as he spoke with anticipation. Hee. This time, our territory will be transferred to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is very good, and the cultivation resources there are very abundant as well. The leader of the Red Boar Tribe said with a smile. It's a pity the 3 children won't be able to witness our Boar Devil Clan invading the upper province with the Devil Clans. When they were still alive, They were eager to enter the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land and kill more powerful humans to obtain better cultivation resources. The leader of the Black Boar tribe sighed. Upon hearing his words, both the chiefs of the Thunder Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe fell silent. At this moment, their gazes were also filled with complicated emotions. The three children mentioned by the leader of the Black Boar tribe were none other than the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan who were killed a year ago. It had been a year since the death of the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Demon clan. However, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan had never forgotten about this matter. This was because the identities of the three guardian deities were too sensitive. It's been a year, but there's still no news from the old patriarch. Looks like he should be at a critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and he's ready to receive the next heavenly tribulation at any moment. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said, "That should be the case." The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded. "I'm sure the old patriarch hasn't discovered that the soul pearls of the three children have shattered. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have rushed over from the exiled realm a long time ago. The three children are the old patriarch's favorite grandchildren. If he finds out they're dead, he'll definitely rush over even if the next heavenly tribulation is coming," the leader of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat stifling. Based on the words of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, the old patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was still in the exiled realm. The old patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was still in the Devil clan's hometown, the Banished Realm. He had yet to ascend to the Devata realm. There's one more thing. The leader of the Red Boar tribe, one of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, said as though he had just recalled something. As he spoke, he took out a slightly tattered scroll. What's this?" The leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe turned to look at the scroll. At the same time, the leader of the Red Boar tribe unrolled the scroll in his hand. After the scroll was unfurled, a vivid and lifelike portrait appeared clearly in front of the three of them. Swoosh, swoosh. In just an instant, other than the leader of the Red Boar tribe who seemed to be prepared for this, the leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe had a change in expression. Their pupils constricted. The reason why they lost their composure was not because of anything else, but because they all recognized the person in the portrait. "It's him. Where did you get the portrait?" the leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe asked in unison. After exchanging a glance, they turned to look at the leader of the Red Boar tribe. The person in the portrait was none other than them. It was none other than the purple-clad young man they had seen in the mirror image a year ago. He was the purple-clad young man who had killed the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. When they had witnessed the purple-clad young man killing the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan with the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, they were certain the purple-clad young man was a human powerhouse. Initially, the three patriarchs had planned to tell the public about the human powerhouse. However, after further discussion, the three of them unanimously decided to temporarily keep this news a secret. They did not want to infuriate the human powerhouse. After all, before this, they had never heard of a human powerhouse who possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, in the lower province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land. It was highly possible that the Boar Devil clan had not taken action. The first target of the human powerhouse's attack was the Boar Devil clan. If they spread the news, the human powerhouse would most likely suspect the Boar Devil clan was the culprit. If the human powerhouse decided to vent his anger on the Boar Devil clan, even the three patriarchs were not confident they could stop the human powerhouse. However, they did not hear any news about the human powerhouse from the other devil clans. Since the human powerhouse did not attack the Boar Devil clan, they heaved a sigh of relief and decided to keep the news a secret. After all, it was better to leave the risk to others. This was the thought of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. As the saying went, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This portrait was taken from a clansman of the Red Boar tribe. According to him, the portrait came from a human he killed and was stored in the human spatial ring, the Black Boar tribe leader said. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said when he saw the patriarchs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe looking at him, "Do you know who he is?" the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked in a deep voice. Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe did not say anything, he looked at the chief of the Red Boar tribe with a hint of doubt in his eyes. When they saw the portrait earlier, they were certain the portrait belonged to the human powerhouse. The portrait was definitely not drawn in the past year. It had to have been drawn for quite some time. For this reason, they were certain the portrait was drawn by the chief of the Red Boar tribe.
Yes.
The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded solemnly. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He's Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He's also rumored to have obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, but it was snatched away by a human powerhouse from the upper province. As soon as the chief of the Red Boar tribe finished speaking, the patriarchs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe widened their eyes in unison. It's him? Both of them cried out in unison. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Naturally, they were familiar with Duan Lingtian, since he had obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so powerful. Chapter 2282. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Isn't he just a weak human? How did he suddenly become so strong? Didn't they say his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was taken away by a powerhouse from the upper province? Why is it back in his hands now? How many years has it been since he left the Debussy subterranean and went to the upper province? At that time, he hadn't even broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? However, his strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After confirming the human powerhouse who had killed the 3 great guardian warriors in the mirror image a year ago was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe were still in a daze. After all, they were in the Debussy subterranean, so they were unaware of what had happened in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, they would not be so conflicted about it. After all, there were still rumors in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land about Duan Lingtian killing Xiezong, an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, and taking back the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, that Xiezong had taken away from him. I've thought about what you said before, the chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. At the same time, the chief of the Red Boar tribe frowned and said, in the end, I couldn't help but make a bold guess. What guess? Upon hearing the chief of the Red Boar tribe's words, the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe turned to look at him curiously. I think the rumor of a powerhouse from the upper province snatching the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, away from Duan Lingtian is just a rumor spread by the Azure Cloud Mansion. Their purpose is to divert everyone's attention from the Devil Seal Tablet away from Duan Lingtian. After all, as long as the Devil Seal Tablet is with Duan Lingtian, everyone's attention will be on him. If it's just people from the lower province, the Azure Cloud Mansion wouldn't be afraid of them. However, as far as I know, many powerhouses from the upper province came to the lower province to covet the Devil Seal Tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands. The chief of the Red Boar tribe voiced his guess. His guess was reasonable, and it caused the leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe to nod their heads. That is indeed a possibility. That should be the case. Both of them agreed with the Red Boar tribe's chief's guess. Something's wrong. All of a sudden, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe seemed to have recalled something as he frowned again. It has only been less than 10 years since the news of Duan Lingtian's Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, being taken away by a powerhouse from the upper province was released in the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? Or perhaps, at that time, he had been hiding his strength? When the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked these questions, he immediately reminded the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe, causing them to frown. I can't figure it out. I don't understand either. In the end, the two of them shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't figure it out. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really a strange human force, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a glint in his eyes. As far as I know, when the Human Devil Clan's vanguard attacked the Azure Cloud Mansion, they lost more than half of their men. They only retreated when the human devil clan's army arrived. I've heard about this as well. It's said that the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion killed more than half of the human devil clan's vanguard. Even the last disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, was killed by them. The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded. Initially, I thought there weren't many powerhouses in the WCI subterranean. However, it seems like the Azure Cloud Mansion alone has many powerhouses. If it wasn't for the human devil clan, I'm afraid our Boar Devil clan might not have been able to take down the Azure Cloud Mansion. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice, with Duan Lingtian around. Unless the old patriarch personally makes a move, it's impossible for our Boar Devil clan to be a match for the Azure Cloud Mansion. Regardless of whether it was the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe or the chief of the Red Boar tribe, they deeply agreed with the words of the chief of the Black Boar tribe. However, never in their wildest dreams would the 3 of them have thought that. Even Duan Lingtian did not know where the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion had gone. Even if he wanted to contribute to the Azure Cloud Mansion, there was nothing he could do. Now that we've confirmed the human powerhouse who possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Should we spread this news? The chief of the Red Boar tribe looked at the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe, seeking their opinion. The 2 of them looked at each other. In the end, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe shook his head and said, "There's no need to rush. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed our 3 great guardian warriors a year ago, it seems like he has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he hasn't attacked the other devil clans. If we expose him, we might infuriate him and cause him to vent his anger on the Boar Devil clan." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a fearful expression on his face, "That's not a good thing for the Boar Devil clan. We're back to square one." The chief of the Red Boar tribe smiled wryly. A year ago, although they did not know the human powerhouse was Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they did not expose him because they were afraid of him. However, now that they knew the human powerhouse was Duan Lingtian, they were still afraid of him. After all, not only was he comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he also possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was the bane of all devils. I recently heard that a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage has appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said, "The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is also called Duan Lingtian." Although the Boar Devil clan's territory was adjacent to the Human Devil clan's territory, they rarely interacted with each other. If it was not for the fact that the Boar Devil clan had been searching for materials to construct an inter-province transportation formation, they would not have heard of this news. A Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage has appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace. He's also called Duan Lingtian. What a coincidence. The chief of the Red Boar tribe was shocked when he heard the chief of the Black Boar tribe's words. I'm afraid it's not just a coincidence. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe had lived the longest, so he was more thoughtful. He looked at the chief of the Black Boar tribe and asked, "Do you know the background of the new Vice Palace Master? Is he an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, or someone who has just joined?" "He just joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago," the chief of the Black Boar tribe replied. "Someone who just joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago?" The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe narrowed his eyes when he thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he said, "The people in the Wandering Saint Palace are all devil cultivators with pure human bloodline. If that person doesn't have pure human bloodline, the Wandering Saint Palace wouldn't have accepted him even if he's an eminent celestial. He has pure human bloodline, and his name is Duan Lingtian. I suspect." The chief of the Red Boar tribe interrupted the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe. "You suspect the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Lingtian, the human who killed the 3 great guardian warriors of our Boar Devil clan a year ago? The young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "Yes." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded before he said solemnly, "A year ago, he killed the 3 great guardian warriors of our Boar Devil clan. A year ago, the Wandering Saint Palace has a new Vice Palace Master. Moreover, he's a devil cultivator with pure human bloodline. Do you really think there's such a coincidence in this world? I suspect that Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, appeared a year ago to infiltrate the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Clan. He must have passed by our Boar Devil Clan and killed the 3 great guardian warriors. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe was certain of his guess. If that's the case, it's possible. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice as his eyes turned cold. A year ago, I saw Duan Lingtian attacking from the mirror image. He doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator, right? The chief of the Red Boar tribe voiced his doubts. Do you think it's difficult for a human powerhouse whose strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to disguise himself as a devil cultivator? The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked. The chief of the Red Boar tribe was speechless when he heard this. As a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was, naturally, aware of the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'm 90% certain that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the people in the Wandering Saint Palace don't know his true identity. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said confidently. It's said that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has been in closed-door cultivation since he joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago. It's not surprising that the people in the Wandering Saint Palace don't recognize him as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, not many people in the Wandering Saint Palace have seen him before. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said, "If that's the case, let's help the Wandering Saint Palace." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe sneered. Let's think of a way to show the portrait of Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, to those who have seen the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Good idea. The chief of the Red Boar tribe clapped his hands and cheered. Good idea. Chapter 2283. A year ago, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were afraid of the human powerhouse who had killed the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. Due to this reason, they did not dare to spread the news of the human powerhouse's appearance. Because of this, although they didn't say anything on the surface, they were very sullen in their hearts. A year later, when they found out the human powerhouse from a year ago was the former young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, they still did not dare to spread the news about him out of fear. They felt even more sullen because of this. However, now that they had found a way to deal with Duan Lingtian, they could use the human devil clans to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan seemed to have found a straw to clutch at when they were on the brink of death. How could they let go of this straw that they had found after much difficulty? I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on the face of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan, when he finds out he has lured a wolf into his house. The leader of the Red Boar tribe, one of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, chuckled. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan is the closest to becoming an eminent celestial among the 3 palace masters in the human devil clan. He might even trigger the celestial ascension tribulation at any time. In the human devil clan, as long as those old monsters don't show up, he's the second strongest person in the human devil clan after the patriarch of the human devil clan. Unfortunately, he's not an eminent celestial yet. Even if he is, or even if the patriarch of the human devil clan personally makes a move, he might not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said. Indeed. The leader of the Black Boar tribe nodded in agreement. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is only comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. With his strength, if he activates the Devil Seal Tombstone, even an eminent celestial won't be able to escape death if they're caught off guard. A hint of dread could be seen in the eyes of the leader of the Black Boar tribe when he spoke. Fear surfaced on the faces and eyes of the leaders of the Thunder Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe when they heard this. Clearly, they deeply agreed with the words of the leader of the Black Boar tribe. As long as those old monsters in the human devil clan don't show up, I'm afraid nobody in the human devil clan can defeat Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. Humph. It didn't matter if there was anyone in the human devil clan who could deal with that Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian dared to start a massacre in the human devil clan, those old monsters of the human devil clan would never let him go. At that time, he won't be able to escape death. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe harumphed. Of course, just like the old patriarch of our Boar Devil clan, those old monsters from the human devil clan are not afraid of the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The leader of the Black Boar tribe nodded. For this reason, we have to send this portrait to the Wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan. As long as those who have seen their new Vice Palace Master see this portrait, they'll definitely be able to recognize the person in the portrait as their new Vice Palace Master. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said excitedly. At that time, they'll know that their new Vice Palace Master is Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He's a human and not a human devil. I can't wait. The leaders of the Red Boar tribe and the Black Boar tribe were eager as well. Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Wandering Saint Palace of the Human Devil clan, was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Boar Devil clan. Currently, he was completely focused on his cultivation. Since half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He did not come out of closed-door cultivation. Instead, he decided to continue cultivating 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was because he knew it was meaningless for him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only by breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would he be able to improve his strength. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Duan Lingtian, and Gan Ruyin, who had come to the Wandering Saint Palace with him, were also cultivating. This caused the large mansion to be immersed in a tranquil atmosphere. Outside the mansion, several figures were patrolling the area. They were none other than the patrolling disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace who were tasked with protecting Duan Lingtian and the others. These patrolling disciples were arranged by Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, another year had passed. On this day, 3 patrolling disciples were patrolling outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. All of a sudden, one of the patrolling disciples looked at the other 2 patrolling disciples next to him and chuckled. Speaking of which, both of you should know about the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Of course. One of the patrolling disciples nodded. The Human Devil clan's current territory used to belong to the Human Force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Our Human Devil clan has taken over the Azure Cloud Mansion. Why did you bring up the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason? The last patrolling disciple asked with a frown. It's mainly because I'm bored. Recently, I obtained a portrait outside. It's said to be the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The patrolling disciple who started the conversation laughed. The young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? The other 2 patrolling disciples were stunned. One of them exclaimed, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who shares the same name as our new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? Yes, that's him. The patrolling disciple who started the conversation nodded. I've heard of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's said that he obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, when it first appeared. After that, a powerhouse from the upper province came to the lower province and snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Speaking of which, he's really unlucky. The other patrolling disciple chimed in. Indeed, he's unlucky. The patrolling disciple who started the conversation smiled. Then, he looked at the other 2 patrolling disciples mysteriously and said, what do you think? Are you interested in seeing what that unlucky guy looks like? Since we're bored, we can take it out and have a look. I'd like to see what kind of person is capable of obtaining the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Although it was taken away, he still possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. The other patrolling disciple said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, stop wasting time. Quickly take it out and let us have a look. The last patrolling disciple looked at the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and urged him. However, when he saw the portrait that the patrolling disciple who started the conversation took out, he was completely dumbfounded. This was because he had seen the person in the portrait before. At the same time, The patrolling disciple who started the conversation with the other patrolling disciple resonated in his ears. This is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? That's right. He's quite handsome. Unfortunately, he's unlucky. That's because he's unlucky. If it were us, let alone obtaining and losing the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, we might not even be able to see it. That's true. The last patrolling disciple turned a deaf ear to the conversation between the two patrolling disciples. He was still standing in the void, his face alternating between green and white as the wind and clouds changed constantly. This was because he was completely stunned. How's this possible? Not only do they have the same name, but they look the same as well? Impossible. 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 At this moment, the last patrolling disciple's heart was in a mess. Hey, Huangzheng, what are you doing? Come back to your senses. Why are you in a daze? At this moment, the patrolling disciple who started the conversation with the other patrolling disciple had also ended their conversation. At the same time, both of them noticed something was amiss with Huangzheng. Upon hearing the voices of the two patrolling disciples, Huangzheng's body trembled slightly before he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he looked at the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and asked solemnly, "Where did you get this portrait? Why did you say this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" Huangzheng, are you all right? Why are you acting so serious all of a sudden? The patrolling disciple who started the conversation was stunned. Answer me. However, Huangzheng ignored the patrolling disciple's surprised expression and asked anxiously. It was as though the answer to this question was very important to him. In fact, it was indeed very important to him. I obtained this portrait from outside. I don't dare to say that the entire Human Devil clan has this portrait, but I'm certain more than half of the people in the Human Devil Saint City have this portrait. As for why I said this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it's because I heard it from the others. Huangzheng, why you've seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before, right? Another patrolling disciple looked at Huangzheng. His eyes flashed as he asked curiously, Huangzheng, why you've seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before? The patrolling disciple who started the conversation looked at Huangzheng with bright eyes. If you have any clues about the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and provide it to the Great Spirit Palace, you'll definitely benefit greatly. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's favorite direct disciple died in the hands of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from Azure Cloud Mansion. He must be very interested in the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The patrolling disciple became excited when he reached the end of his sentence. I've indeed seen the person in the portrait before, Huangzheng said with difficulty. Chapter 2284. Have you really seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Where did you see him? Do you have any clues about him? If you do, you can tell the Great Spirit Palace. The Great Spirit Palace will definitely reward you handsomely. The two patrolling disciples looked at the other patrolling disciple, Huangzheng, and chimed in. I've seen the person in the portrait, but before Huangzheng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. But you don't have any clues about him? You don't know where he is now? One of the patrolling disciples asked before he sighed. That's a pity. It'll be fine if you have any clues about him. If you don't, it's useless even if you've seen him. Indeed. The other patrolling disciple nodded in agreement. Do you think, in this world, there will be two people with the same name and appearance? Huangzheng did not pay attention to the words of the two patrolling disciples and instead asked such a question. Two people with the same name and appearance? One of the patrolling disciples was stunned when he heard this. How's that possible? The other patrolling disciple shook his head. Perhaps there are many people with similar appearances. There are definitely more people with the same name. But if it's someone with similar looks and the same name, it's definitely an existence that's as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Not to mention people who share the same name and look exactly the same. That's almost impossible. Of course, there's also a possibility that they're twins or sisters, and they use the same name when they're outside. I can't think of a second possibility. The words of this patrolling disciple were reasonable and well-founded, What if one of them is a human and the other is a human devil? Huang Zheng smiled wryly. A human? A human devil? What are you trying to say, Huang Zheng? The two patrolling disciples frowned. Finally, one of them seemed to have thought of something as his eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, he gasped as he looked at Huang Zheng in shock. Huang Zheng, don't tell me. Our new Vice Palace Master who has the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion looks exactly the same as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? No way. The other patrolling disciple was dumbfounded. Yes. Huang Zheng nodded with a bitter expression on his face. I'm sure all of you have heard that I was there when our new Vice Palace Master killed Elder Lin Yuan. So, I know what he looks like. His appearance is identical to the person in the portrait you took out earlier. You also said that person is the former young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. It's fine if they only look the same. However, the problem is our new Vice Palace Master is also called Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, Huang Zheng's face was filled with disbelief. Immediately, the other two patrolling disciples were also stunned, shocked silly. Not only did the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace share the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but even his appearance was identical. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? If this isn't a coincidence, there's only one possibility. In the end, the patrolling disciple who took out the portrait said solemnly, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion are the same person. In other words, he's the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. There must be a reason why he joined our Wandering Saint Palace. As the patrolling disciple spoke, he voiced his own opinion. If that's the case, doesn't this mean we have a mole in our Wandering Saint Palace? The other patrolling disciple sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of shock and fear. That's possible, Huang Zheng said solemnly. His eyes narrowed as he smiled wryly. What should we do now? Although we know he's the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he's still the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. With just the three of us here, I don't think anyone will take our words seriously, right? This concerns the safety of our Wandering Saint Palace. Even if our words don't carry much weight, we have to expose this matter. The other patrolling disciple said solemnly. Indeed, this is not a small matter, so we have to expose it. It's best if we expose this matter to Lord Palace Master. Currently, Lord Palace Master is the only one in our Wandering Saint Palace who's capable of dealing with Vice Palace Master Duan. The last patrolling disciple chimed in. The three patrolling disciples discussed among themselves before they came to a decision. They would spread the news that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, to the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Soon after, the three of them arrived at the residence of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. This was as far as they could go. As soon as they arrived, they were stopped by a patrolling elder. Huang Zheng, why are the three of you here in such a hurry? As a patrolling elder, he naturally recognized Huang Zheng and the other two patrolling disciples. Elder Ho Feng, we're here to see Lord Palace Master for an urgent matter. Huang Zheng also realized the seriousness of the matter now, so he spoke in a very hurried tone. Lord Palace Master is currently in closed-door cultivation. The patrolling elder waved his hand and said with a frown, no matter what the matter is, we'll talk about it when Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. Elder Ho Feng, this matter concerns the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace. I have to see Lord Palace Master immediately. Huang Zheng panicked when he heard the patrolling elder's words. He did not hide the fact that he wanted to speak to the Palace Master about the survival of the Wandering Saint Palace. It concerns the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace? The patrolling elder wanted to laugh when he heard Huang Zheng's words. However, the other two patrolling disciples who came with Huang Zheng spoke up one after another. Elder Ho Feng, Huang Zheng is not joking. What he wants to talk to Lord Palace Master about is indeed related to the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace. That's right, Elder Ho Feng. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The patrolling elder frowned when he heard the words of the two patrolling disciples. What's the matter? The patrolling elder narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "If you don't tell me the truth, I won't disturb Lord Palace Master's cultivation. If Lord Palace Master blames me for this, I'll be the one in trouble." Elder Ho Feng, it's like this. Huang Zheng knew it would be difficult for him to meet Lord Palace Master if he did not tell him the truth. For this reason, he told the patrolling elder everything that had happened. The other patrolling disciple obediently took out the portrait. It was the portrait of Duan Lingtian. "I've seen this portrait outside a few days ago. It's indeed the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, are you sure the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace looks exactly the same as the person in the portrait?" After learning the ins and outs of the matter, the patrolling elder also realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression also became dignified in an instant. However, he still asked again to confirm. "Elder Ho Feng, I was there when our new vice palace master killed Elder Lin Yuan 2 years ago. I remember his appearance very clearly. He looks exactly the same as the person in the portrait. If you don't believe me, Elder Ho Feng, you can ask the patrolling disciples, Ding Jianhong, and the others. They were there at that time as well, and they have seen our new vice palace master as well." Huang Zheng said anxiously. "Of course, if Elder Ho Feng finds it troublesome, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that I'm not lying." Almost at the same time as Huang Zheng's voice faded away, he pinched his finger and decisively swore a lightning penalty oath. "I, Huang Zheng, swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that if the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian, is not the person in the portrait, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty." As soon as Huang Zheng finished speaking, boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky. It was the 99 heavenly tribulation that was responding to Huang Zheng's oath. Since Huang Zheng was not killed by the lightning penalty after 9 claps of thunder, it meant he was not lying. At the very least, Ho Feng believed Huang Zheng's words. "Who dares to swear on the lightning penalty oath and disturb my master's cultivation?" As soon as the 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky, an angry and loud voice rang from the mansion ahead. Ho Feng's expression changed drastically as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! As soon as the angry and loud voice rang in the air, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Ho Feng, Huang Zheng, and the others. It was a young man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and muscular with a handsome face. Just by standing there, Huang Zheng and the others felt ashamed of their inferiority. "Greetings, Vice Palace Master." "Greetings, Vice Palace Master." Ho Feng, Huang Zheng, and the others immediately bowed when they saw the person. Their tone was full of respect. Who swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier?" The blue-clad young man's sharp gaze swept across Ho Feng and the others, causing fear to rise in their hearts. At this moment, they could not help but feel terrified. This was because the blue-robed young man was the first vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the first direct disciple of the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Chapter 2285. Vice Palace Master. It's me, the patrolling disciple, Huang Zheng, lowered his head in fear when he saw Yun Fuyi, the former first vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, staring at him fiercely. At the same time, he broke out in cold sweat. Huang Zheng finally remembered. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was currently in closed-door cultivation in the palace in front of them. He had hastily swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier. The 99 heavenly tribulation had reacted to the lightning penalty oath. It was very likely that it would affect the palace master's cultivation. At the same time, Yun Fuyi shifted his gaze to Huang Zheng. In the next moment, the cold-faced Yun Fuyi casually lifted his hand, and an incomparably solid blade glow appeared in front of the patrolling elder, Ho Feng. It slashed through the air, causing Ho Feng's pupils to involuntarily shrink. Ho Feng's eyes widened in shock. Spurt. The solid saber ray seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper as it effortlessly cut through Huang Zheng's neck and decapitated him. Before blood could spurt out, The saber ray shone brightly as though it could annihilate everything. Bang! A muffled explosion rang in the air as the two halves of Huang Zheng's body were destroyed by a force that seemed capable of burning everything into ashes. Only a spatial ring was left behind as it fell from the sky. Gasp! Ho Feng was the first to recover from his shock, and he could not help but gasp. His gaze when he looked at Yun Fuyi again had become even more reverent. At the same time, the other two patrolling disciples regained their senses as well. Horror dawned on them. Even though they had only heard a short-lived saber hum and a muffled explosion, they had not been able to clearly see how Yun Fuyi had attacked from the beginning to the end. However, Huang Zheng's disappearance and the spatial ring that belonged to him that had fallen from the sky were reminding them of the fact that he was still alive. Huang Zheng was dead. After realizing this, the two patrolling disciples hurriedly lowered their heads. Their bodies also trembled in an instant, as if they were deeply afraid that Yun Fai would attack them after killing Huang Zheng. After killing Huang Zheng, Yun Fai had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had just done something trivial and unimportant. As a matter of fact, it was indeed an unimportant matter to him. Why did he swear on the lightning penalty oath here? Yun Fai's gaze quickly landed on Ho Feng as he asked bluntly. After all, there must be a reason why a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace swore on the lightning penalty oath here. Lord Vice Palace Master, it's like this. Faced with Yun Fuyi's question, Ho Feng, naturally, did not dare to slack off. He quickly explained everything that had happened. Huang Zheng swore on the lightning penalty oath to prove that the Vice Palace Master of our Wandering Saint Palace looks identical to the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. They have the same name and look identical? Yun Fuyi frowned. Ho Feng's words made him realize how serious this matter was. The new Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace looked identical to the young Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, both of them had the same name and were called Duan Lingtian. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Do you have a portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian? Yun Fuyi asked in a deep voice as he shifted his gaze to the other two patrolling disciples. Lord Vice Palace Master, this is the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As soon as Yun Fuyi finished speaking, the patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace who had a portrait of Duan Lingtian handed it over to Ho Feng respectfully. It was as though he was afraid he would follow in Huang Zheng's footsteps. Whoosh! Yun Fai didn't seem to have done anything, but an invisible force had already brought the portrait in the hands of the patrolling disciple to him. Yun Fuyi raised his hand and caught the portrait. After taking a look at it, he asked the patrolling disciple in a deep voice, "Are you sure this is the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian?" "That's what people are saying." The patrolling disciple replied anxiously, "Lord Vice Palace Master, that's what people are saying. Moreover, many human devils from the Human Devil Clan have used the soul-searching secret tactic on humans who have seen this portrait. For this reason, we can confirm that the person in the portrait is the former young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian." Ho Feng chimed in at this moment. Upon hearing this, Yun Fuyi narrowed his eyes and nodded indifferently. He did not even bid farewell to Ho Feng and the others before he left like a gust of wind. After Yun Fuyi left, Ho Feng couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although he was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still felt pressured when facing Yun Fuyi, who was at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the other two patrolling disciples, they were even worse off. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat as though they were about to collapse. "Don't spread the news today. Otherwise, all three of you will die." Right when Ho Feng and the others heaved sighs of relief and felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, Yun Fuyi's voice resounded through the air like a thunderclap, and it shocked them to the point their hearts twitched fiercely. The three of them immediately remembered Yun Fuyi's warning. After Yun Fuyi left like a gust of wind, he returned to the residence of his master, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, after warning Ho Feng and the others. Little junior sister seems to have met the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yun Fai recalled this matter. Yun Fuyi was the first direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The little junior sister he mentioned was, naturally, the last direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing. I'll check with little junior sister again. If I'm certain the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I'll have to discuss this matter with the other vice palace masters. As Yun Fuyi muttered to himself, a chilling light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he was about to devour someone. In just a blink of an eye, Yun Fuyi disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was at the other side of the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was also the place where his little junior sister, Huang Wenjing, cultivated. Eldest senior brother, Huang Wenjing, who was dressed in white, walked out of her cultivation place when she heard the greeting. Junior sister, take a look at this portrait. Do you know the person in it? After calling out to Huang Wenjing, Yun Fuyi raised his hand and a portrait flew out before it hovered in front of Huang Wenjing. At the same time, the portrait entered Huang Wenjing's eyes. The moment she saw the young man in the portrait, Huang Wenjing's delicate body trembled imperceptibly again, and a complicated luster appeared in her eyes. Ever since she found out the man had a wife 2 years ago, she had forced herself to forget about him. For the past 2 years, she had focused on her cultivation so that she would not think about him. However, Huang Wenjing did not expect this at all. When she saw the portrait of the man again after 2 years, her heart, which had been sealed for 2 years, began to stir. Eldest senior brother, why are you showing me the portrait of Vice Palace Master Duan? Huang Wenjing took a deep breath. She was afraid that Yun Fuyi would notice that something was amiss. However, a hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful and cold face. Vice Palace Master Duan? As soon as Huang Wenjing finished speaking, Yun Fuyi's eyes widened. He said in a deep voice, "It seems like they're telling the truth. There's indeed something wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan." Huh. Huang Wenjing could not help but frown when she heard Yun Fuyi's words. Eldest senior brother, what do you mean? What do you mean by there's something wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan? Little junior sister, I'm afraid you're unaware that the portrait I'm showing you isn't about Duan Lingtian, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's about Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Fuyi did not hide anything from his junior sister, Huang Wenjing. What? Huang Wenjing's expression changed drastically when she heard Yun Fuyi's words. Senior brother, you mean? Vice Mansion Master Duan from our Wandering Saint Palace not only has the same name as the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, but they even look identical. Huang Wenjing finally regained her senses. Or rather, they're the same person. Yun Fuyi sneered. The same person? Huang Wenjing was so shocked that her heart skipped a beat. She shook her head. How's that possible? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion left Debussy Subterranean for the Upper Province less than 10 years ago. Before he left, he wasn't even at the Saint Celestial stage. How is it possible for him to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? In the end, Huang Wenjing's voice became weaker. She could not help but recall Duan Lingtian's ability to help others improve their innate spiritual roots. Since he can help me improve the grade of my innate spiritual root, it means he can help himself improve the grade of his innate spiritual root as well. If he improves his innate spiritual root to a dark violet innate spiritual root and goes to the upper province, it's not impossible for him to become so strong in less than 10 years. Huang Wenjing was flustered when she thought about this. That seems to be the case. I didn't think about this earlier. Upon hearing Huang Wenjing's words, Yun Fuyi couldn't help but frown and mumble. Chapter 2286. However, he has the same name and looks the same. What do you mean by that? If he had a fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's not impossible for him to have such a cultivation base in less than 10 years. At the end of his muttering, Yun Fuyi still felt that he was certain the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he's not Duan Lingtian, it's impossible for us not to know about a devil cultivator with a pure human bloodline in the human devil clan. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Moreover, He has the same name and looks the same as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Fuyi was certain the moment he thought of this. He was certain the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was the same person as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Little junior sister, I have something to attend to. Before Huang Wenjing could recover from her shock, Yun Fuyi said goodbye to her. After a cold light flashed in his eyes, he turned into a gust of wind and left. Yun Fuyi had only one purpose in mind when he left. He wanted to gather the other Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace to discuss this matter. Originally, such a big matter should have been handled by his master, Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, Yuan Haochen's closed-door cultivation this time was different from the past. This time, he had found a rare opportunity to comprehend heaven and earth and attract the celestial ascension tribulation so he could break through and become an eminent celestial. After all, such an opportunity was hard to come by. If he managed to seize it, he would definitely attract the celestial ascension tribulation. And if he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to wait for such an opportunity again. It was precisely because he was clear about this that Yun Fuyi did not disturb his master and let his master come out of seclusion to preside over the overall situation. It was also because of this that Yun Fuyi was so ruthless today and killed the patrolling disciple Huang Zheng, who recklessly swore the lightning penalty oath. At that time, it was fortunate that he reacted in time and set up a soundproof formation. Otherwise, his master would have been interrupted and lost the opportunity to become an eminent celestial. As the former leader of the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuyi's influence was not weak. He quickly gathered the other Vice Palace Masters. After gathering everyone, Yun Fuyi did not beat around the bush and immediately told them the whole story. The other Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace were shocked when they heard Yun Fuyi's words. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had just arrived 2 years ago, was actually a human. Moreover, he was the young Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although the other Vice Palace Masters of the Wandering Saint Palace found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe Yun Fuyi's words. Vice Palace Master Yun, does Lord Palace Master know about this? Another Vice Palace Master asked solemnly. Not yet. Yun Fuyi shook his head. Master went into closed-door cultivation this time because he found an opportunity that gave him a 90% chance of attracting the celestial ascension tribulation. This is a rare opportunity. If I interrupt him, who knows when he'll be able to attract the celestial ascension tribulation again. That's why I didn't disturb him and allowed him to come out of closed-door cultivation. Yun Fuyi said, Lord Sect Leader has found an opportunity to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. Hearing Yun Fuyi's words, the other Vice Palace Masters' eyes lit up, and they looked excited. Naturally, they knew what it meant for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to find an opportunity to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It meant that one would definitely attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation if they managed to grab hold of the opportunity. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who managed to find the opportunity had a 90% chance of attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. How could they not be excited? This meant that once Lord Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace came out of closed-door cultivation, he would immediately undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If he succeeded, he would become an eminent celestial. They did not even consider whether he would be able to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation successfully. This was because no Palace Master in the history of Wandering Saint Palace had ever failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Every generation of Palace Masters in Wandering Saint Palace had a special method to deal with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Master has predicted when he'll come out of closed-door cultivation and told me it'll be in about a year. Yun Fuyi said to the other Vice Palace Masters, for this reason, we mustn't alert him in the coming year. We can't spread this news. At the very least, we have to delay until Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. Yun Fuyi's words also gained the approval of the other Vice Palace Masters. If the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace did not come out of closed-door cultivation, none of them would be able to deal with Vice Palace Master Duan. If they contacted the other 3 palaces and 6 halls, they would definitely send powerhouses to deal with Vice Palace Master Duan. However, the Wandering Saint Palace could not afford to lose face like that. After all, this was the Wandering Saint Palace's own business. To be on the safe side, I hope all of you can swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Yun Fuyi glanced at one of the Vice Palace Masters when he spoke. This Vice Palace Master was none other than Huang Qiling's father. Huang Qiling's father smiled wryly when he saw Yun Fuyi looking at him. He knew Yun Fuyi knew about the relationship between his son and Vice Palace Master Duan. Linger, you've really made a good friend. Huang Qiling's father sighed inwardly. After Yun Fuyi set up a simple soundproof formation, the other Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace also swore on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what happened today. However, a month after the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace swore on the lightning penalty oath, in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, news that Duan Lingtian, a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a human force, spread without any warning. News of this spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace knew about this. By the time the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, including Yun Fuyi, realized what was going on, the news had spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. What was done could not be undone. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Yun Fuyi, one of the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, killed Ho Feng, the patrolling elder, and the other 2 patrolling disciples a month ago because he suspected they were the ones who spread the news. As for the other Vice Palace Masters who knew about this, they were bound by the lightning penalty oath so they could not spread the news. I hope he receives the news in time and leaves the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Saint City. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a cold and lonely figure stood high up in the sky. She looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's estate and muttered to herself. Yun Fuyi did not expect this at all. The person who spread the news was none other than his little junior sister, Huang Wenjing, whom he had never suspected. There was only one reason Huang Wenjing had done this. She wanted Duan Lingtian to escape the Wandering Saint Palace, the Human Devil Saint City, and the Human Devil Clan's territory. She knew Duan Lingtian would definitely die if her master came out of closed-door cultivation. In the end, she couldn't bear to watch Duan Lingtian die with her own eyes. Even if she knew Duan Lingtian was a human, she could not bear to see him die. That's all I can do for you. The rest will depend on your luck. With a faint sigh, Huang Wenjing's figure gradually faded. She first turned into a shadow, then disappeared into the void. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. Brother Lingtian. He's the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? He's a human? How's this possible? Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was shocked by the news about Duan Lingtian. Huang Qiling was also shocked when he received the news. When he regained his senses, an expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. After the news spread in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, it naturally spread out and caused quite a commotion in the Human Devil Saint City. Meanwhile, in the Boar Devil clan's estate, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan gathered again after receiving the news from the Human Devil clan. After a year, Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, has finally been exposed. The leader of the Red Boar tribe chuckled. This time, the Human Devil clan is going to be lively. With Duan Lingtian's strength and the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, he'll definitely be able to turn the Human Devil clan upside down. At that time, let alone the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, even the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, an eminent celestial, won't be a match for Duan Lingtian, who possesses the Devil Seal tablet. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a smile. If something happens to the Human Devil clan, those old monsters won't be able to sit still. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian has the Devil Seal tablet, he won't be able to escape death. The leader of the Black Boar tribe sneered as his eyes flashed coldly. Based on the words of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, it was obvious they also thought Duan Lingtian would be able to suppress the Human Devil clan with the Devil Seal tablet. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so weak. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession was incomplete. The complete Devil Seal tombstone could barely kill an eminent celestial. Chapter 2287. Inside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Master. He is actually a human? Not only that, but he's also the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? When news spread that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian, was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Elder Peng Lai, who had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to be loyal to Duan Lingtian, was shocked. This was because even though he had sworn the lightning penalty oath, he was loyal to Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know Duan Lingtian was a human. He also did not know Duan Lingtian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. I didn't expect. After confirming this, Peng Lai's face was filled with a bitter smile. Of course, he knew he had no other choice. Right now, because he was bound by the lightning penalty oath, he could only go all the way and pledge his loyalty to Duan Lingtian. Master. For this reason, as soon as the news spread, Peng Lai rushed to the residence of his master, Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to leave the Wandering Saint Palace as soon as possible. Although his master, Duan Lingtian, was strong, he was not as strong as the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. In Peng Lai's opinion, once the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace made a move, his master would definitely die. Because of the lightning penalty oath, Peng Lai had no choice but to consider Duan Lingtian's interests. Soon, Peng Lai woke up Kerr and her mother, who were also cultivating, as well as Ganru Yin. However, he did not wake up his master, Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to wake up the most. What happened? Ganru Yin looked at Peng Lai and frowned. She naturally wouldn't be nice to this guy who interrupted her cultivation. However, as Peng Lai explained the whole story, Ganru Yin's expression changed. She realized that Duan Lingtian had been completely exposed. After hearing Peng Lai's words, Kerr's beautiful face suddenly changed. Brother Tian's true identity has been exposed? Instantly, Ku'er felt a wave of panic in her heart. She knew very well that if her man's identity as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was exposed, he would become the enemy of the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Clan. Although her man was not weak, however, she was very clear in her heart. Her man might not even be a match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, let alone the entire Human Devil Clan. Brother Tian told me that without the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, he's no match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Even if he uses the Devil Seal tablet, he might not be able to defeat the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. After all, the Devil Seal tablet in Brother Tian's hand is incomplete. He won't be able to unleash its full power. As Duan Lingtian's woman, Kerr naturally knew everything about Duan Lingtian. Because of this, Kerr knew a lot of things, which was why she was so worried. Where is he? Ganru Yin asked anxiously as she looked at Peng Lai. I went to call Master earlier, but he seems to be in a state of cultivation. I can't wake him up. Peng Lai smiled bitterly. Who cares what state he's in? He'll be finished if he doesn't leave now. Ganru Yin said anxiously before she rushed to the room where Duan Lingtian was cultivating. She wanted to wake Duan Lingtian up from his closed-door cultivation. However, no matter how hard she tried, there was no response from the room. Bang! In a fit of anger, Ganru Yin raised her hand and slammed the door open. Kerr did not even have the chance to stop her. Why are you still cultivating? You've been exposed. If you want to die, don't drag Kerr and Si Ling down with you. After slamming the door open, Ganru Yin charged into the room at lightning speed. At the same time, she shouted angrily at Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating in the room. However, just as Ganru Yin flew into the room and finished her sentence, a voice rang out. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Ganru Yin, who had charged into the room, flew out at an even faster speed. Blood spurted from her mouth, and she appeared to be in a sorry state. Boom! 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 As Ganru Yin flew out of the room, a series of explosions rang in the air. The room where Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed door collapsed. For a moment, Dust filled the air as though it was blotting out the sun. Barf. When Gan Ruyin finally managed to stop herself, her face paled as she spat out another mouthful of blood. She looked even more wretched now. Auntie. Duan Xiling's delicate face tensed up slightly as she looked at Gan Ruyin worriedly. She could not help but cry out in a low voice. In Duan Xiling's opinion, her auntie was the most important person after her parents. Now that she saw Gan Ruyin was injured, it was only natural for her to be worried. Sister, are you all right? At the same time, Kerr looked at Gan Ruyin worriedly. Before Gan Ruyin could reply, she could not help but turn around to look at the collapsed room. The worry on her face grew even more intense. Her man was still in there. I'm fine. Gan Ruyin shook her head. Then, she looked at the collapsed room angrily. She thought Duan Lingtian was the culprit. Mother, father is still in there. Duan Xiling, who was standing next to Kerr, said anxiously as she pointed at the dust-filled room. I know. Kerr nodded. An anxious expression could be seen on her face as well. At this moment, Peng Lai, who had arrived at the scene, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A hint of shock could be heard in his voice. Almost as soon as Peng Lai's voice fell, the room in front of them suddenly collapsed. As the dust settled, another figure the size of a small mountain appeared. This mountain-sized figure was condensed from solid golden flames. Standing there, it looked like a bird, enveloping the entire collapsed room. Its huge body blocked everything in the room. It was difficult to see what was going on inside. What kind of bird is this? Peng Lai was stunned. Although he could see that the golden flames in front of him had condensed into a bird, he could not recognize what kind of bird it was. He was not the only one who could not recognize it. Even Gan Ruyin and Kerr could not recognize it. Mother, what kind of bird is this? Duan Xiling could not help but ask her. Her attention was also attracted by the bird formed from golden flames. I don't know. Kerr shook her head. This was her first time seeing such a bird. Annie, do you know? Duan Xiling turned to look at Gan Ruyin. Gan Ruyin shook her head as well, indicating she did not know. If only father is here. I'm sure he knows, Duan Xiling murmured. It was as though her father, Duan Lingtian, was omnipotent and omniscient in her eyes. That's right. Father is still in there. When Duan Xiling thought of this, she became anxious again. She flew toward the bird that was formed by the golden flames. Be careful. Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she saw this. At this moment, Gan Ruyan realized it was not Duan Lingtian who had attacked her. It was the bird formed from golden flames. How could she not be anxious when she saw her niece rushing toward the bird? Young miss, be careful. Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically. Before could react, Peng Lai flew out and stopped Duan Xiling before she could get close to the bird. At the same time, Peng Lai was only a few meters away from the bird. As soon as Peng Lai stopped Duan Xiling, boom. The bird seemed to have sensed Peng Lai's presence. A wave of energy surged out of its body and formed a shockwave that slammed into Peng Lai's back, sending him flying. While Peng Lai was sent flying, he quickly shielded Duan Xiling and pulled her to a safe distance away. After stabilizing himself, Peng Lai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he turned to look at the bird again, his eyes were filled with dread. What's that thing? What kind of cultivation method does Master cultivate? How can he have such a mutant beast guarding him? Peng Lai could see it now. The bird that was condensed from golden flames was guarding its master, Duan Lingtian. No matter who it was, it would attack anyone who approached it. However, this bird doesn't seem to have any aura of life. Instead, Master's aura seems to be stronger than before. As a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Peng Lai, naturally, could sense things that Gan Ruyin could not. If Gan Ruyin could not sense anything, it was even more impossible for Kerr and Duan Xiling, who were weaker than her, to sense it as well. Don't worry, madam and young miss. Master's aura is stable, and he's unharmed. As for this bird formed from golden flames, it must be Master's doing. As long as you don't get close to it, you won't be attacked. Peng Lai comforted Kerr and Duan Xiling when he saw their worried expressions. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Gan Ru-yin condensed her voice transmission into a line in an attempt to wake Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation. However, when her voice got close to the bird, it was blocked out and could not enter the bird at all. It's useless. I've already tried to condense my voice transmission into a line. Peng Lai smiled wryly. You can't defeat this bird as well? Gan Ru-yin asked anxiously. After all, time waits for no man. There's nothing I can do. Its strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai shook his head. Based on the strength the bird had displayed earlier, he could tell it was not weak at all. He could not compare to this bird at all. What kind of technique is he using? At this moment, Gan Ru-yin was extremely anxious. Her expression was extremely ugly. However, Gan Ru-yin was unaware of this. Chapter 2288. The bird that was the size of a small mountain stood motionless in the ruined room. However, the golden flames on its body seemed to be burning fiercely. As it stood there, it was like an indestructible protective barrier that firmly protected Duan Lingtian, who was in the midst of his cultivation, preventing him from being disturbed by the outside world. If Duan Lingtian was awake at this moment, he would be able to recognize the bird with just a glance. The bird that was completely condensed from golden flames and was protecting him while he was in closed-door cultivation was none other than a three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow was a mythical creature in Duan Lingtian's past life. Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that Duan Lingtian obtained, was a three-legged golden crow. He was also the only three-legged golden crow left in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Naturally, Gan Ru-yin, and Peng Lai did not recognize the three-legged golden crow. Since they did not recognize it, it was even more impossible for the young Duan Xiling to recognize it. Madam, what should we do now? Peng Lai looked at Kerr with a bitter smile on his face. We can't let this drag on any longer. If this continues, the Lord Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace will arrive. Once the Lord Palace Master arrives, and we won't be able to leave. Bring the 2 of them away first. I'll think of a way to wake him up. Before Ku-er could respond, Gan Ru-yin had already looked at Peng Lai and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Based on her words, she wanted Peng Lai to bring Kerr and her daughter away so she could continue waking Duan Lingtian. In her opinion, her sister's life was more important than her own. Sister, I won't leave until Brother Tian comes out of his closed-door cultivation, Ku-er said with a resolute expression. The separation in the past made her cherish everything in front of her even more. She absolutely could not leave her man again. Elder Peng Lai, take my sister and my daughter away. I'll stay here and continue to wake up Brother Tian. After she finished speaking, Ku-er looked at Peng Lai and said in a hurried tone. She wanted to stay with her man. Even though she knew she was going to die, she had no regrets. To her, being able to die with her man was the happiest thing in the world. As for her elder sister and her daughter, she naturally hoped that they could live well. Mother, I'm not leaving. I want to stay and wait for father. Currently, Duan Xiling was no longer an ignorant little girl. At the age of 12, she had become a sensible and stubborn young girl. Good girl, Xiling. You can leave with your aunt first. Daddy and I will look for you later. Kerr said as she looked at Duan Xiling with a doting smile on her face. However, a hint of reluctance could be seen in the depth of her eyes. After all, she knew she would most likely die if she stayed. Perhaps she would not be able to see her daughter again. She would not be able to watch her daughter grow up. I won't leave. Mother, if you and father don't leave, Xiling won't leave as well. Duan Xiling seemed to have realized something. She was usually obedient, but at this moment, she was extremely stubborn. Just as Kerr was about to say something to Duan Xiling, Gan Ru-yin interjected. Then, let's continue to think of ways to wake him up. These were Gan Ru-yan's words. Gan Ru-yan's words were her response to Kerr. She would not leave either. Upon seeing this, Kerr smiled wryly. However, she did not say anything else since she knew her sister's temper very well. In the following days, Kerr and her daughter, Gan Ru-yin, and Peng Lai worked together to think of ways to wake Duan Lingtian up. They used voice transmission, secret voice transmission jade token. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was to no avail. No matter what they tried, they could not break through Duan Lingtian's protection by the three-legged golden crow. At such a sensitive time, the longer they delayed, the more danger they would be in. In the distance, the three-legged golden crow that was formed from golden flames hovered in the air like an invincible barrier, protecting Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating. It allowed Duan Lingtian to focus on his cultivation. The three-legged golden crow was formed from Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin. Duan Lingtian's saint origin was different from the saint origin of other people in the mundane realm. His saint origin was mixed with the sun saint origin that came from Hualao, the three-legged golden crow. Although the effect of the sun saint origin on Duan Lingtian's saint origin gradually decreased, it was still a unique force in the three-legged golden crow. It was not something ordinary forces could compare to. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the saint celestial stage, the soul-detaching form, and he had mastered the soul-detaching technique, Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating, did not notice the sun saint origin had been activated. When he was cultivating, a part of the sun saint energy in his body would be automatically separated and turned into a lifelike three-legged golden crow to protect him. The three-legged golden crow's strength was not inferior to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Currently, he was fully immersed in his cultivation as he tried to break through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, the celestial ascension form. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang outside Duan Lingtian's mansion. Peng Lai, who was in the mansion, was alerted. "I'm afraid I won't be able to leave now." Peng Lai smiled wryly. As soon as he heard the sound of wind whistling outside, he sensed a familiar divine consciousness. It was the divine consciousness of a few vice palace masters and elders at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. In other words, the people outside were the vice palace masters and elders at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Outside the mansion, in the void, the group of vice palace masters and elders from the Wandering Saint Palace was led by Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master. He hasn't left yet. Although Yun Fuye's divine consciousness did not detect Duan Lingtian's presence, he did detect the three-legged golden crow that was formed from golden flames. Apart from that, he also discovered that Kerr, Duan Lingtian, and Gan Ruyin, who were close to Duan Lingtian, were still around. Therefore, he was certain Duan Lingtian had not left. Peng Lai must have received news that Duan Lingtian is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's obvious he has betrayed the Wandering Saint Palace as well. Another vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace said in a deep voice, "It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as Duan Lingtian hasn't left." Yun Fuyi shook his head. Based on the current situation, it seems like these people are trying to awaken Duan Lingtian, who is in closed-door cultivation. However, currently, Duan Lingtian is protected by the bird that's guarding him, so he's not affected by the outside world. As the great direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the former Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuyi was, naturally, not a simple person. It was not difficult for him to see through the current situation. This is a good thing for us. After all, if Duan Lingtian comes out of closed-door cultivation, we might not be able to stop him. A hint of dread could be seen in Yun Fuye's eyes when he spoke. Although he had never met Duan Lingtian before, he had heard about Duan Lingtian from his master. He knew Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace, he was not arrogant enough to think he could fight a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other Vice Palace Masters and Elders nodded in agreement with Yun Fuye's words. At the same time, the Vice Palace Masters and Elders of Wandering Saint Palace nodded in agreement with Yun Fuye's words. All of a sudden, a loud and piercing voice suddenly came from the outside like a clap of thunder. "Palace Master Yuan, I'm here to visit you." As soon as the voice entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace heard it clearly. It's Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Yun Fu Ye's expression was unsightly. The expressions of the other vice palace masters and elders of Wandering Saint Palace darkened as well. At this moment, they realized what was going on. The thing they were most worried about had happened. When news that Duanling Tian, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion spread throughout the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, they knew the truth was out. It was only a matter of time before the news spread out of the Wandering Saint Palace, the Human Devil Saint City, and the entire Human Devil clan's territory. Although they had expected this, they did not expect the news to spread so quickly. How long had it been? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had personally come to visit them. Yun Fu Yi and the others were not surprised that Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was the first to visit them. After all, they knew Shi Nanfeng was the human devil who hated the Azure Cloud Mansion the most in the Human Devil clan. All of this was due to the fact that Shi Nanfeng's favorite disciple had been killed by the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from Azure Cloud Mansion. Now that Duanling Tian heard the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was in the Wandering Saint Palace, how could Shi Nanfeng sit still when he heard this? It's a good thing I've set up multiple soundproof formations for Master. Otherwise, he would have been awakened by Shi Nanfeng. Yun Fu Ye's expression turned even more unsightly when he thought about this. Swoosh. All of a sudden, Yun Fu Ye's ugly expression changed drastically. How arrogant. At this moment, Yun Fu Ye could clearly feel a powerful aura emanating from the divine sense. A powerful divine consciousness swept across the entire Wandering Saint Palace's estate, including Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian felt as though he had nowhere to hide. This is bad. It's Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. In Duanling Tian's mansion, Peng Lai's expression changed drastically. Chapter 2289. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace? Gan Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard Peng Lai's words. She knew that the Great Spirit Palace was as famous as the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace was not much weaker than the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, based on the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's tone, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. If the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace and the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace fought, they would have plenty of time to wake Duanling Tian, who was still cultivating. However, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, must be here for Master. Peng Lai shook his head. Gan Ruyan's expression darkened when she learned about the enmity between Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Just the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was enough to trouble them. Now, there was another Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. In the air outside the mansion, whoosh, a gust of wind blew past as a figure appeared in front of the few vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace led by Yun Fu Yi. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man who was 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his long hair was casually tied up. His expression was firm, and he exuded an aura of authority. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is in this mansion? The golden-clad middle-aged man did not even look at Yun Fu Yi and the others when he appeared. His eyes were trained on the mansion in front of him. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Palace Master Shi. Yun Fu Yi looked at the golden-clad middle-aged man with a dark expression and said in a deep voice, "Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to barge into the Wandering Saint Palace without an invitation?" Inappropriate? It's better for your master to say these words. The golden-clad middle-aged man, Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, glanced at Yun Fu Yi indifferently. Palace Master Shi, don't tell me you don't know that my master is in seclusion. Yun Fu Yi's expression became more and more unsightly. He knew very well in his heart. Since Shi Nanfeng dared to barge into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he must have discovered his master was in closed-door cultivation. I know you hate the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but don't forget this is the Wandering Saint Palace, not the Great Spirit Palace. Now that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, my master should be the one to kill him. It's not up to you, Palace Master Sure, to interfere in this matter. Yun Fuye's tone became stern as he spoke. What a joke. He did not care who killed the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, if Shi Nanfeng killed the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion today, others would only think that the Wandering Saint Palace was incompetent since they could not even deal with a mole. This matter concerned the reputation of the Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, he did not want the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to die in the hands of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Since Palace Master Yuan is in closed-door cultivation, it's not good for me to disturb him. When he comes out of closed-door cultivation in the future, I'll personally apologize to him. Shi Nanfeng said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura began to fluctuate, causing the air to stagnate. At the same time, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the mansion in front of him. The person he wanted to kill was in there. Unravel, you managed to escape that day. Today, I'll kill your son to avenge my disciple. Shi Nanfeng said with a murderous aura. Palace Master Shi, my master will attract the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial in at most a year after he enters closed-door cultivation. For this reason, I advise you to think twice before making a move. Just as Shi Nanfeng was about to charge into the mansion to kill Duan Lingtian, Yun Fuye's warning rang in the air. As soon as Yun Fuye finished speaking, swoosh, Shi Nanfeng's expression changed drastically, and the murderous aura on his body dissipated. Palace Master Yuan, has he found the opportunity? Shi Nanfeng's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Yun Fuye. When he asked the question, there was fear on his face. He might not be able to defeat the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace who was not an eminent celestial, but he was not afraid of him. However, if the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was an eminent celestial, he had no choice but to fear him. The former would not be able to kill him. The latter would be able to kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Humph! Yun Fuye scoffed in response to Shi Nanfeng's question. He did not bother to explain himself. Shi Nanfeng's expression changed drastically. In the end, he decided not to charge into the mansion. Since Palace Master Yuan will come out of closed-door cultivation in a year, I'll give him face. As long as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion doesn't escape, I won't kill him. When Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll personally watch him deal with the young mansion master. After a while, Shi Nanfeng compromised. Although he could interrupt the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's closed-door cultivation, he did not dare to do so. Even if Duan Lingtian were to interrupt the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and prevent him from becoming an eminent celestial, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace would most likely become an eminent celestial before Duan Lingtian, since he was slightly stronger than Duan Lingtian. If he interrupted the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, it would mean that he had offended the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. If the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace became an eminent celestial in the future, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace would definitely target him. However, if Duan Lingtian tries to escape before Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation, and the Wandering Saint Palace doesn't have the ability to stop him. If that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. At the same time, Shi Nanfeng added with a cold look in his eyes. As long as Duan Lingtian leaves the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, you can do whatever you want to him, Palace Master Shi, Yun Fuye said. In truth, he was also worried that Duan Lingtian would escape before his master came out of closed-door cultivation. At that time, if his master did not come out of closed-door cultivation, who would be able to stop Duan Lingtian? That's all I need to hear. Shi Nanfeng replied indifferently. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to meditate. It was as though he was going to wait for a year. Yun Fuye was not surprised by this. If he were in Shi Nanfeng's shoes, he would do the same. He would not rest until he saw the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion dead. After Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including the Crimson Blaze Palace, visited the Wandering Saint Palace as well. Their target was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who had caused a commotion in the Human Devil Saint City. I didn't expect the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, regardless of whether he thought of it or not. This time, he will definitely die. I heard the news first spread in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I really don't know why he didn't escape when he had the chance. Isn't he seeking death? Although the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is in closed-door cultivation, and there's no one in the Wandering Saint Palace who can stop him, Palace Master Shur from Great Spirit Palace is waiting outside his residence. If he dares to leave the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die. If he leaves the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die. If he doesn't leave the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die when Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation. Similar discussions continued in the 3 palaces and 6 halls outside the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was bustling with activity as well. I was just celebrating the addition of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to our Wandering Saint Palace. I didn't expect him to be a human. He's even the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did a human kill an elder of our Wandering Saint Palace, but he even infiltrated our Wandering Saint Palace to become a spy. He deserves to die. Don't worry. He'll definitely die when Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. In other words, even if he manages to escape before Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll still die. Shur Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, is waiting outside his residence. If he dares to escape, he'll definitely die. Although most people in the Wandering Saint Palace knew their Palace Master was in closed-door cultivation, they did not know their Palace Master would most likely break through to the imminent celestial stage. Otherwise, the Wandering Saint Palace would be even more lively. Initially, apart from the people from the Wandering Saint Palace, Shur Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was the only outsider guarding Duan Lingtian's residence. However, after a few days, many people from the Great Spirit Palace came to guard the residence as well. Even the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including the Crimson Blaze Palace, had sent some people to guard the residence. Naturally, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were only there to watch the show. They knew they would not have a chance to make a move at all. Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was inside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Shur Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Currently, all of them were in agreement. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had nowhere to go. He would definitely die. It's over. It's over. Peng Lai, who was in Duan Lingtian's residence, had a grim expression on his face when he learned about the situation outside. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian's mansion had been segregated. The people outside could not enter. The people inside could not leave as well. He didn't leave. When Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, learned about the situation, she could not help but frown. A hint of pity could be seen on her beautiful face. However, she also knew that at this point, even if she still wanted to help that man, she was powerless to do so. She had already done everything she could. Even if Master comes out of closed-door cultivation a year later and I beg him not to kill you, you still won't be able to escape from Shur Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Huang Wenjing sighed and muttered in a somewhat powerless voice. As the person in question, Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his seemingly endless cultivation. He did not know he had already become a trapped beast. Chapter 2290. Time continued to pass by. Months passed in just a blink of an eye. Everything was calm in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. However, a group of people led by Shur Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was guarding outside Duan Lingtian's residence. The calm before the storm was only the calm before the storm. In Duan Lingtian's residence, apart from Duan Lingtian, Kerr, Gonru Yin, and Peng Lai were trapped as well. Currently, they had a rough idea of the situation outside, and knew they had a slim chance of survival. Initially, they were anxious. However, as time passed, they realized there was nothing they could do about it. They could only accept their fate. When Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, comes out of closed-door cultivation, all of this will be over. Ganru Yin sighed inwardly. Then, she looked at Kerr and asked, Kerr, do you regret it? Regret? What are you asking, sister?
Kerr asked.
I want to ask you, do you regret knowing him? If you didn't know him, you wouldn't have had such a difficult life. You wouldn't have to face such a crisis today. Ganru Yin added. No. As soon as Ganru Yin finished speaking, Kerr shook her head firmly. A bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. Knowing Brother Tian is the happiest thing that has happened to me in my life. To me, knowing Brother Tian is the best thing that God has done for me. To be able to know Brother Tian and be with him for so long, I am already satisfied. Even if I die at this moment, I will have no regrets. Ku Er's words came from the bottom of her heart. Based on the bright smile on her face, one could see that she was feeling very happy. Everything she said was her heartfelt words. Although she had already guessed Kerr's answer, Ganru Yan's heart still throbbed when she heard Kerr's heartfelt words. Was that man really that good? Unknowingly, Ganru Yan's gaze became a little misty. No one knew what she was thinking, Mother Auntie. The bird moved. It moved. Duan Siling exclaimed as she pointed at the three-legged golden crow in the distance. It was as though she had discovered a new continent. That is, at some point in time, Peng Lai had also arrived here. Looking at the bird that was completely condensed from golden flames in the distance, his face was full of shock and astonishment. Kerr and Ganru Yin also looked over. In the distance, the three-legged golden crow that was as big as a hill stood motionless like a lifeless statue in the room that Duan Lingtian used to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. However, at this moment, a pair of huge wings spread out and began to flap. Moreover, the frequency of its flapping continued to increase. In each of its eyes, a ball of solid red flames appeared. They were like two bright lamps in the darkness and were particularly eye-catching. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the three-legged golden crow flapped its wings, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Dust filled the air in the ruins as though a sandstorm had just occurred. It's flying. It's flying. As Duan Siling exclaimed in shock, the three-legged golden crow that was as still as a mountain suddenly rose from the ground and flew up. Although it only rose to a height of about 10 meters, it was enough to shock everyone. After all, this was a bird without any signs of life. Where's father? Duan Siling thought she would be able to see her father when the three-legged golden crow rose into the air. However, when the three-legged golden crow rose into the air, her father's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the ruins, apart from the shattered walls and tiles, the ground was flat, and the spacious wooden bed was still there. The only thing missing was the purple figure who was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed. Master is in the bird's body. Unlike Duan Siling, Kerr, and Ganru Yin, Peng Lai could clearly sense Duan Lingtian's aura. Furthermore, the aura emitted from Master's body seems to be even stronger than before. This feeling, it's as if I've made a breakthrough. However, isn't Master a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? How can he raise his cultivation base if he doesn't undergo the heavenly tribulation? Peng Lai muttered in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out. What was going on? It was obvious Peng Lai was unaware that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He thought Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If his master was not a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he kill Lin Yuan, an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Wandering Saint Palace with just 2 moves? When the three-legged golden crow that was completely condensed from golden flames flew up with Duan Lingtian and hovered in the air. Many people outside Duan Lingtian's mansion noticed the commotion. What's that? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had been paying attention to Duan Lingtian's mansion. He frowned when he saw the three-legged golden crow. He frowned because he could not see what it was. However, there was one thing he was certain of. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, whom he wished he could kill, was inside. His aura seems to be stronger than before. His current aura is more like that of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After faintly realizing this point, Shernanfeng was somewhat puzzled. As far as he knew, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Could it be that he concealed his cultivation base's aura when he cultivated? Shernanfeng thought to himself. Boom, boom, boom. Peng Lai and Shernanfeng were still in a daze when a series of deafening thunderclaps rang from the other side of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was alerted by the thunderous roar. Is this the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? In the mansion of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuyi, the Vice Palace Master, flew out of his room and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. His eyes shone brightly as an excited expression appeared on his face. The arrival of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation meant that his master was about to undergo the Heavenly Tribulation. Once his master passed the Heavenly Tribulation, his master would become an eminent celestial and become a bona fide eminent celestial. He did not doubt his master's ability to pass the Heavenly Tribulation. In the history of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, no one had ever failed the Heavenly Tribulation. I didn't expect Master to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation a month in advance. In other words, Master will become an eminent celestial in just a few days. Yin Fuyi was excited when he thought about this. Tribulation clouds were the clouds and mist that formed the Heavenly Tribulation. They were similar to dark clouds, and one could faintly see bolts of purple lightning rolling within them. They were like small purple dragons that were flashing around the tribulation clouds. What was different from ordinary heavenly tribulations was that behind these tribulation clouds, one could occasionally see five-colored light that was on the verge of bursting out. It was as though there were five-colored clouds hiding behind the tribulation clouds. Moreover, the five-colored clouds were glowing brightly. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclaps continued to reverberate in the sky. Initially, the tribulation clouds did not cover a large area. However, as time passed, the tribulation clouds could be seen moving rapidly in the sky above the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the tribulation clouds were moving in one direction. That's the direction of Lord Palace Master's mansion? In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at the sky in unison. They were certain the dark clouds were moving in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. There are purple lightning flashing around the dark clouds. I can even see five-colored lights in the gaps between the dark clouds. Isn't this the tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? One of the elders from the Wandering Saint Palace exclaimed as his eyes widened in shock. He seemed to have thought of something. The tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? The eyes of many elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace lit up immediately. The tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation were moving in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was obvious what this meant. Lord Palace Master is going to undergo the Heavenly Tribulation? It seems like there's going to be an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace soon. From today onward, the Human Devil Clan will have a second eminent celestial. Moreover, the second eminent celestial will be the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The entire Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace was excited. At the same time, outside Duan Lingtian's mansion, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shernanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, were looking in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. They were also looking in the direction of the tribulation clouds. At this moment, they did not notice the tribulation clouds. In the mansion in front of them, the 3-legged golden crow that was completely condensed from golden flames shrunk in the air. In the end, it completely entered the body of a purple-clad young man. This purple-clad young man had been hiding in the 3-legged golden crow's body all this while. "Daddy," Duan Xiling cried out in excitement. The purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2291. Father. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he heard a familiar exclamation. He did not even have the time to check his sun saint origin that had reached its limit without the help of the elementary devouring tactic. Xiling. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the source of the voice. There was a young girl who was about 12 or 13 years old standing there. Xiling has grown so big. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the young girl. It should have been 3 years since I went into closed-door cultivation, right? When Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation, he had already made a preliminary deduction. 3 years should be enough for him to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it meant 3 years had passed. When he saw his daughter standing before him, he was even more certain that he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with guilt. His daughter had grown from a little girl to a beautiful young girl during the time he was in closed-door cultivation. He felt that he had failed to be a father to his daughter. Father, you're finally out. Although Duan Xiling had grown into a young girl, her temperament was still the same. When she saw Duan Ling Tian, she immediately flew into Duan Ling Tian's arms. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian caught her and smiled faintly. Xiling, you've grown so big in just a blink of an eye. I almost couldn't recognize you. Father, you've been in closed-door cultivation for almost 3 years. Duan Xiling pouted and said to Duan Ling Tian with a pitiful expression on her face, "It's all my fault. Father, you shouldn't have been in closed-door cultivation for so long." Duan Ling Tian smiled dotingly. His tone was even gentler now. Father, Mother misses you very much too. Currently, Duan Xiling had grown into a slender and elegant young lady. Although she still acted like a little girl in front of Duan Ling Tian, she had matured and become more sensible as she grew older. Therefore, after spending some time in Duan Ling Tian's embrace, she left Duan Ling Tian's embrace and held Duan Ling Tian's hand as they walked towards Ke. At this time, she sensibly stepped aside and stood beside Gan Ruyin. Ke. Looking at Ke, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with tenderness. Brother Tian, Ke muttered softly as she looked at the man who had captivated her. Then, she threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms and hugged Duan Ling Tian tightly. It was as though she did not want to let go of him. Duan Ling Tian had a guilty expression on his face as he hugged Ke in his arms, and they shared a warm moment together. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. It was as though their hearts were stuck together and could not be separated. Master. Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, could not help but have a complicated expression on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was his master who had helped him raise his innate spiritual root to an indigo innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark indigo innate spiritual root. In these 3 years, his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, making him another elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. Usually, it would be a joyous occasion for him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he could not bring himself to feel happy at this moment. This was because he knew even if his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would still be regarded as a traitor by the Wandering Saint Palace. Let alone being an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace, he might not even be able to survive. If he was not bound by the lightning penalty oath, he would still have a choice. But now, he had no choice but to follow his master to the end. I can only hope that master who has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 years will be able to create a miracle. That way, I'll be able to survive. Everyone was afraid of death. Even Peng Lai was no exception. If he could survive, he was willing to leave the Wandering Saint Palace, betray the human devil clan, and follow his master to the ends of the world. Moreover, he had a strong feeling that his master would be able to survive. If his master could pass this test, he would be able to achieve much more in the future by following his master instead of staying in the Wandering Saint Palace. His aura. It seems like it has become much stronger compared to 3 years ago. Ru Yin looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. However, after a while, she shifted her attention to Duan Lingtian's aura. 3 years ago, his cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai was unaware of Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base 3 years ago, but Ru Yin, who was Ker's twin sister, knew very well about it. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Ru Yin knew very well that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was different from Duan Lingtian's. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the help of the Black Innate Spiritual Root, his cultivation base should have broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years, right? After all, Ru Yin had not reached that level and had not experienced the Black Innate Spiritual Root before. Therefore, she could only make such a guess. Currently, he should be able to fight the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, right? Ru Yin thought to herself. Uncle Peng Lai, what's with those clouds that keep moving? They seem to be glowing. They're so colorful. How beautiful. Duan Xiling asked Peng Lai when she saw the rapidly moving dark clouds in the sky. Upon hearing Duan Xiling's words, Peng Lai shifted his gaze to the sky and saw the dark clouds moving in a certain direction. The dark clouds were moving in the same direction. In addition, behind these dark clouds, there was an incomparably dazzling 5-colored brilliance that occasionally refracted through the gaps between the dark clouds. Suddenly, Peng Lai's pupil shrank, and his face changed greatly. He immediately let out a cry of surprise. He exclaimed, "The Celestial Ascension Tribulation." Peng Lai realized he should not disturb his master, so he lowered his voice so he did not disturb Duan Lingtian and Ker, who were still cuddling. However, Ru Yin, who was standing close to him and paying close attention to him, heard his exclamation. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Ru Yin shifted her gaze to the sky. Her expression changed drastically when she saw the dark clouds moving in the same direction. It's really the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. As a former disciple of Zoroastrianism, Ru Yin had, naturally, heard about the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. She also knew about the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Therefore, the moment she shifted her gaze to the sky, she was completely sure of it. The clouds in the sky were moving in the same direction. She could vaguely see dark clouds with purple lightning flashing around them. These were the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Where are the tribulation clouds gathering? Ru Yin looked at Peng Lai and asked for confirmation. Although she was shocked and had her own guesses, she still looked at him. That direction. It's where Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, lives. Peng Lai smiled bitterly. Previously, I was wondering how Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, hates the Azure Cloud Mansion. If Lord Palace Master didn't come out of closed-door cultivation, he would have attacked Master. However, he obediently stood guard outside. Regarding this, I was extremely puzzled before and did not know the reason. Now, I finally understand. As it turns out, Lord Palace Master went into closed-door cultivation to become an eminent celestial. Now that he knows Lord Palace Master is about to become an eminent celestial, it's only natural that Shi Nanfeng doesn't have the guts to attack Master in the Wandering Saint Palace. Peng Lai finally understood everything. However, at the same time that he understood, his heart trembled even more, and an increasingly bitter smile appeared on his face. Is it really the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? Although she was mentally prepared, Ru Yin still couldn't help but tremble when she heard Peng Lai's confirmation. Does this mean Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, is going to undergo the Heavenly Tribulation in a few days? Once I pass the Heavenly Tribulation, I'll become an eminent celestial? The moment she thought of this, the glimmer of hope that had risen in Ru Yin's heart was mercilessly crushed. Previously, she had guessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was no match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. What about Duan Ling Tian, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Since Ganru Yin did not know there was a limit to Saint Origin, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian would not be a match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, even if he had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, that was assuming that Ling Tian's damaged Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was useless against a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that she knew the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation, she knew he would become an eminent celestial. The glimmer of hope in her heart was crushed and replaced by despair. This feeling was equivalent to a drowning person who was on the verge of death. After grasping onto a life-saving straw with great difficulty, the straw was cut off. She felt as though she had ascended from hell to heaven, only to fall from heaven to hell again. No. What if he fails the heavenly tribulation and dies? Ganru Yin muttered to herself as she thought of another possibility. Her eyes shone brightly, and a hint of hope could be seen on her face. As far as she knew, it was not certain that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Fail the heavenly tribulation? Chapter 2292. It's impossible for him to fail? Ganru Yin frowned when she heard Peng Lai's words. What do you mean? Are you that confident in Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? It's not that I'm confident in him, Peng Lai said with a bitter expression on his face. In the history of Wandering Saint Palace, there's no precedent of a palace master failing the celestial ascension tribulation. All the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace have passed down a method to deal with the celestial ascension tribulation. What? Ganru Yan's expression changed drastically when she heard Peng Lai's words. In other words, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, will definitely be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial? Ganru Yin asked again after a series of changes in her expression. She wanted further confirmation. When Ganru Yin saw Peng Lai nodding, she felt as though the sky had changed color and the moon had dimmed. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. However, after a while, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up again. The celestial ascension tribulation will take a few days. This means the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace won't be able to make a move for the next few days. When Ganru Yin thought of this, she immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and said anxiously, Duan Ling Tian, take us away from here while the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. We won't be able to leave if he overcomes the celestial ascension tribulation. Ganru Yan's tone became more and more anxious as she urged Duan Ling Tian to leave. As for Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Ganru Yin might have thought Duan Ling Tian was weaker than him. However, now that she could vaguely sense Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had improved, she was confident Duan Ling Tian would be able to fight against Duan Ling Tian. What she didn't know was, although Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength had not improved much compared to 3 years ago. Unless the Devil Seal Tablet could suppress the Palace Master of the Great Spirit Palace, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to fight against him. Tribulation? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Ganru Yan's words. Then, he fell into deep thought. When Kerr heard Ganru Yan's words, she immediately left Duan Ling Tian's embrace and looked at Ganru Yan. Sister, you said the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Is it the celestial ascension tribulation? Kerr knew what it meant for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This meant that as long as he passed the heavenly tribulation, he would become an eminent celestial. On the other hand, eminent celestials only needed to wait for a while before they could ascend to the Devata realm. Yes, Ganru Yin nodded solemnly. Then, she looked at the sky and said, Look at the dark clouds in the sky. These are the tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation. There are 5 colors hidden behind the tribulation clouds. This is the symbol of the celestial ascension tribulation. The tribulation clouds are converging toward the residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Ganru Yin turned to look at Duan Lingtian when she finished speaking. Now, take us away. The strongest obstruction is the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Shernan Feng. Ganru Yin looked at Duan Lingtian. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Shernan Feng? The palace master of Great Spirit Palace? Duan Lingtian was unaware of the enmity between the palace master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, he was stunned when he heard Shernan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had become an obstacle to him. Not only was Duan Lingtian unaware of the enmity between the palace master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion, but he was also unaware that his identity as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had been exposed a year ago. Duan Lingtian finally understood what had happened after Peng Lai's explanation. The last disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was the vanguard of the Human Devil clan when they invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he was killed by father and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he heard this news. The last disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was killed by father and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Who's that powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Father's strength has already reached such a level? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Moreover, the entire Human Devil clan knows that I, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, am the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, my identity was exposed because of a portrait drawn by someone from the lower province. Duan Lingtian realized he had been careless when he learned about this. If he had disguised himself in advance, he would not have been in such a passive position. Shernan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, wanted to kill me a year ago. Perhaps he's afraid of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who's about to become an eminent celestial. That's why he didn't make a move and only waited outside my mansion. He waited for me to escape before he made a move. Otherwise, he would wait for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace to kill me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes when he learned about the situation he was in. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as though he had noticed something. My Sun Saint origin seems to be unstable. Duan Lingtian discovered that the Sun Saint origin in his body had begun to stir uncontrollably. It was like a playful child who had discovered a new toy and wanted to rush out of his body. This heaven and earth. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered something. His understanding of heaven and earth seemed to have deepened by a lot. Although he had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage earlier, he could still comprehend heaven and earth. Moreover, there was an inexplicable connection between heaven and earth. However, that kind of understanding could not be considered deep. However, when the Sun Saint origin in his body began to stir, he discovered something. His comprehension of this world seemed to have risen by an entire level. It was as though he had just grasped the basics of heaven and earth and was now at the fundamental awareness stage. It seems to be because of the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense something. The Sun Saint origin in his body seemed to have formed a subtle connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. It seems like the Sun Force that has merged with my Sun Saint origin has formed a connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. Duan Lingtian discovered this after he carefully examined his Sun Force. The Sun Force originated from the enlightenment he received from Hualao, the three-legged golden crow. It was the power of the three-legged golden crow. It was superior to all the forces in the mundane world. It was comparable to the Devata realms. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not know much about the Sun Force. The only thing he knew was the Sun Force was not simple. Previously, when his cultivation base was still weak, the Sun Force had merged with his Sun Force. It was so powerful that it was comparable to the strength of someone with a higher cultivation base than him. Duan Lingtian discovered the Sun Saint origin in his body had somehow formed a connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. In the sky outside the mansion, Palace Master Yuan is undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, shifted his attention to the direction of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace as the tribulation clouds gathered in the sky. This was because the tribulation clouds were heading in that direction. At this moment, Shi Nanfeng realized Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. From today onward, there's going to be another eminent celestial in the human devil clan. Shi Nanfeng's gaze turned complicated when he thought about this. In the past, although Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was slightly stronger than him, it was not by much. They were both palace masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Their positions in the human devil clan were similar. However, now that Yuan Haochen had become an eminent celestial, not only was Yuan Haochen's strength far superior to him, but his status was also higher than him. Once an eminent celestial appeared in the human devil clan, his status was equivalent to the patriarch. Is Palace Master Yuan going to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Isn't it obvious? Heavens! This is big news. I have to report this to our Lord Hall Master. I have to report this to our Lord Hall Master as well. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss among themselves when they realized Yuan Haochen had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. After a brief discussion, 7 figures flew out of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. These 7 people were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, other than the Wandering Saint Palace and the Great Spirit Palace. They had left the Wandering Saint Palace to inform their respective forces about the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, triggering the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was almost impossible for Yuan Haochen to fail the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that was attracted by Yuan Haochen. In other words, there would be a new eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace in just a few days. This was an earth-shattering matter to the human devil clan. For this reason, they had to return to their respective forces as soon as possible to inform their leaders. HM? Shortly after the 7 people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls left, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he lowered his head and looked at the mansion in front of him. There, a purple figure was leading the 3 women into the air. There was another figure following closely behind them. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2293. Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace? When Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, looked at him, Duan Lingtian noticed it and looked at him. He could clearly see the killing intent in Shi Nanfeng's eyes. Trying to escape? Shi Nanfeng sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. He thought that Duan Lingtian was trying to escape. The reason why he thought so was because he had put himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes and tried to guess what was going on in his mind. In his opinion, currently, Duan Lingtian was aware of the situation. He was being targeted by Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, while Duan Lingtian, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was outside the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that Yuan Haochen had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would be able to break through and become an eminent celestial in a few days. Faced with the threat of an eminent celestial, he did not believe Duan Lingtian would dare to stay in the Wandering Saint Palace. For this reason, he thought Duan Lingtian was trying to escape from the Wandering Saint Palace. Go! Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze from Shi Nanfeng and flew into the distance with Kerr, Duan Siling, and Gan Ru Yin. Peng Lai heard Duan Lingtian's call and followed closely behind. This direction seems to be the direction of the palace master's residence, right? Following Duan Lingtian, Peng Lai raised his head and saw the tribulation clouds converging in front of him. The residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was in that direction. Initially, Peng Lai thought his master was going to lead them away from the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not expect his master would lead them to the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. For a moment, he was stunned. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was stunned. What is he trying to do? Do you want to send yourself to your death? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, initially thought Duan Lingtian would leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. However, not only did Duan Lingtian not leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but he was also heading toward the center of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. It was also the residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Huh. That person is Duan Lingtian, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? At the same time, the rest of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had also discovered Duan Lingtian's group. Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Huh. Where was he planning to go? He's heading to the center of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, right? Even now, he's still not running away? Maybe he doesn't know the way. How is that possible? He's been in the Wandering Saint Palace for 3 years. Even if he spends most of his time cultivating, it's impossible for him to not know the shortest distance from his residence to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, right? I think so too. Peng Lai and Shi Nanfeng were not the only ones who were confused by Duan Lingtian's actions. Even the rest of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were confused. They had no idea what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. There were a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace among the people present. When they saw Duan Lingtian heading toward the tribulation clouds in the sky, they could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Isn't the direction he's heading in the direction of the Asgard Master's residence? Is he going to deliver himself to Lord Palace Master so Lord Palace Master can deal with him? Although the same thought had appeared in their minds, they did not believe Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. In that case, why would Duan Lingtian do that? Where was he going? What was he trying to do? It feels like, the closer I get to the place where the tribulation clouds gather, the more agitated the sun force in my Saint Chi becomes. It's as though there's something in the center of the tribulation clouds that's attracting it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led Kerr and the other 2 women forward. And during this process, I feel that my comprehension of this world is also gradually increasing. Moreover, it's improving with every passing moment. Although the speed of my improvement isn't fast, my comprehension of heaven and earth is much better than those who have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Moreover, the closer I get to the tribulation clouds, the faster my comprehension of heaven and earth is improving. Although it's only a slight improvement, it's still improving. For this reason, Duan Lingtian brought Peng Lai, the 3 women, and Peng Lai to the tribulation clouds. He had a feeling that the tribulation clouds would be helpful to him. Moreover, it would be helpful to him. His current comprehension of heaven and earth was enough to prove this. Based on my current comprehension of heaven and earth, I can activate the Sun Saint energy. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his hand slightly. Waves of majestic energy surged out of his hand, causing the air to tremble. As expected, I've become much stronger. Duan Lingtian could clearly see that the Sun Saint energy was not weak at all. The saint power of the sun that he was releasing now seemed to have established a very subtle connection with the heaven and earth. This kind of connection felt very faint, but it did exist. The reason the connection is so faint is probably because my comprehension of heaven and earth is not deep enough. For example, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, could easily activate the saint origin in his body and create a strong resonance with heaven and earth. Moreover, his saint origin is very powerful. Duan Lingtian could still vividly remember what happened 3 years ago. He had used all his strength to wield his sword, but Yuan Haochen had casually blocked it. Yuan Haochen held it in his hand as though he was playing with a toy. Subsequently, Yuan Haochen had deflected his sword with just a flick of his finger. The strength contained in the sword was not to be underestimated. It shocked Duan Lingtian. At that time, he could sense how terrifying a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth was. At that time, Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in just 3 years. Although one would need an opportunity to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one would need an opportunity. However, one would not be able to obtain that opportunity unless one had comprehended heaven and earth to a certain extent. It's only a short journey from my mansion to here, but my comprehension of heaven and earth has already reached such a high level. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he sensed the connection between his Sun Saint origin and heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was so focused on comprehending the connection between his son's saint origin and heaven and earth that he did not even glance at Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. He knew Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move as long as he was in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This was especially true when Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to break through and become an eminent celestial. Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move. Duan Lingtian had a thorough understanding of the current situation. As long as he did not leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move on him. As for Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, although Duan Lingtian was wary of him, he still wanted to find out what was attracting the Sun Saint origin at the place where the tribulation clouds gathered. Duan Lingtian had a strong feeling in his heart. He would definitely not return empty-handed this time. The Sun Saint origin comes from Hualao. It's a force from the Devata realm. It's superior to all forces in the mundane realms. Moreover, it'll continue to improve as my cultivation base improves. Now that Yuan Haochen has attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, there seems to be something attracting the Sun Saint origin at the place where the tribulation clouds gather. The closer I get to the place where the tribulation clouds gather, the more agitated the Sun Saint origin becomes. Even my comprehension of heaven and earth is improving. Based on the current situation, it's beneficial for me. Duan Lingtian weighed the pros and cons as he made his way forward. Should he continue taking the risk? Or should he turn back and retreat? He was not the kind of person who would throw his life away. After all, he still had his wife and daughter by his side. He would not harm them. What are you trying to do? Not only are you not leaving the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but you're also heading toward the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If you want to die, don't drag Kerr and Sealing down with you. Gan Ruyin had been holding back for a long time. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian was still heading toward the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, she could no longer hold back her anger. Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reasons for doing this. Don't worry. Kerr comforted Gan Ruyin when she saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Based on her words, it was clear she trusted Duan Lingtian. That's right, Auntie. Father won't harm us. Duan Sealing nodded and said to Gan Ruyin. Gan Ruyin felt helpless when she saw this. She was at a loss for words. After glancing at Gan Ruyin indifferently, Duan Lingtian ignored her and continued walking. With my current strength, if I don't use the Devil Seal tablet, I'm definitely no match for Shi Nanfeng and Yuan Haochen. However, if I use the Devil Seal tablet, I might be able to kill them, but there's also a possibility that I won't be able to kill them. After all, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, isn't an eminent celestial yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if I can't kill them, there's no difference between retreating or continuing on. If the Devil Seal tablet can kill Shi Nanfeng, it'll definitely be able to kill Yuan Haochen as well. If it can't, it'll be a waste of time. If that's the case, why don't I follow the Sun Force and continue to head to the place where the tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation gather? Perhaps there's a fortuitous encounter waiting for me there? Chapter 2294. For Duan Lingtian, there was no need to worry. It made no difference whether he left the Wandering Saint Palace's estate or headed to the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If he left the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he would have to face a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he headed to the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he would have to face a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for him to choose the Sun Force. At least until now, he had followed the Sun Force's choice and walked toward the place where the tribulation clouds of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation gathered. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Since the Celestial Ascension Tribulation is attracted by Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, the place where the tribulation clouds gather should be where he's at. As for him, he should be in the mansion that he usually lives in. This direction is indeed the direction of his residence. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything along the way, he had already begun to think about it. Even if Yuan Haochen succeeds in passing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, It'll take him a few days. After all, the celestial ascension tribulation is different from ordinary heavenly tribulations. There are 81 bolts of tribulation lightning. Only by blocking the 81 bolts of lightning and surviving would one be considered to have passed the celestial ascension tribulation. At that time, one's saint origin energy would be born in one's body. At that time, one would be considered an eminent celestial. Before he passes the celestial ascension tribulation, he'll only be a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage like Serene, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he sped up again with the 3 women in tow. Peng Lai followed closely behind. Serene, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, followed closely behind. Apart from Serene, there were also people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls following behind them. Naturally, there were also a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. These elders were sent by Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, to keep an eye on Duan Ling Tian. Now that Duan Ling Tian had left his residence, they had no choice but to follow him. With Duan Ling Tian and the others in the lead, the group made their way to the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace like a swarm of bees swarming to a pond of flowers. My comprehension of heaven and earth is still improving. Moreover, it's getting faster and faster. As Duan Ling Tian drew closer to the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he could clearly sense this. I can't wait. Because of this, he became more curious and expectant about the thing that attracted the sun's energy. Duan Ling Tian and the others were making their way to the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Apart from the Wandering Saint Palace and the Great Spirit Palace, the other 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan had also received news that the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. Crimson Blaze Palace. Yuan Haochen attracted the celestial ascension tribulation? Wu Tianjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, was shocked when he heard the news from an elder who had just returned to the Crimson Blaze Palace. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was widely acknowledged as the person whose strength was closest to the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. However, he had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Based on the tradition of the Wandering Saint Palace, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace has never failed the celestial ascension tribulation. In other words, to Yuan Haochen, the celestial ascension tribulation is just a small matter. He'll be able to become an eminent celestial in just a few days. Wu Tianjin could not help but gasp when he thought of this. He immediately went to look for the palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace. This was no small matter. It was something that would shake the entire Crimson Blaze Palace and the entire Human Devil clan. Azure Sheen Hall. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is going to undergo the celestial ascension tribulation? My goodness, is there going to be a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan? I heard the tribulation clouds are gathering above the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I have to go and see what's going on. Even if I can't enter the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, I want to watch it from afar. I want to go as well. I've never seen the tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation before. Azure Sheen Hall. When news of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, spread, everyone was in an uproar. A group of people even left the Azure Sheen Hall and headed to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate to watch the show. Apart from the Crimson Blaze Palace and Azure Sheen Hall, even the other 5 halls of the 3 palaces and 6 halls reacted similarly when they heard about Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, attracting the celestial ascension tribulation. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls made their way to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, many people in the Human Devil Saint City were alerted. Soon after, news of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace attracting the celestial ascension tribulation spread throughout the Human Devil Saint City. In the next few days, we'll have a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan. This is a joyous occasion for the Human Devil clan. It's indeed great news. With such an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace will become the leader of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. The entire Human Devil Saint City was in an uproar. Apart from the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, everyone else was happy about the wandering Saint Palace having an eminent celestial. After all, now that the Human Devil Clan had a second eminent celestial, the Human Devil Clan status in the Devil Clans would be elevated. As a member of the Human Devil Clan, how could they not be happy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an inconspicuous and dilapidated mansion in the northeastern corner of the Human Devil Saint City, the sound of a gust of wind could be heard. When the wind blew, a figure appeared in the front yard of the dilapidated mansion. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was a well-built middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His appearance was ordinary, and his expression was calm. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Thud, thud, thud. After taking a few steps, the middle-aged man entered the dilapidated mansion and arrived in front of a room. The door of the room was covered in spider webs. It was obvious no one had opened the door for a long time. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully to the cobweb-covered door as if there was someone he respected behind the door. Master, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, has successfully attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. He'll become an eminent celestial in a few days at most. The middle-aged man said respectfully. From the beginning until the end, he had been very polite. Based on his words, it was not difficult to understand why he was so polite. After all, the person behind the door was his master. The leaders of the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were not present. If they were present, they would be shocked to see the middle-aged man acting like this. This was because the middle-aged man was none other than the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, an eminent celestial. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the middle-aged man, the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, finished speaking, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. Following that, a gray fog gushed out of the crack of the door in front of the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, which was covered with cobwebs. During this process, all the spider webs outside the door were swept away. After the gray fog left the door, it hovered near the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. Then, it began to gather and gradually transformed into a human figure. In just a blink of an eye, the gray fog had transformed into an old man dressed in gray. The old man had white hair and eyebrows. His face was wrinkled, and he held an old walking stick in his hand. He looked extremely ordinary. However, based on the mysterious technique the old man had used earlier, one could tell he was not an ordinary person. Most importantly, the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan had addressed him as master. What a joke! Why would the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan address an ordinary old man as master? Yuan Haochen? You're the descendant of the old fart from the Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Dongxing? The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the green-clad middle-aged man. The old man's voice was so hoarse that it sent chills down one's spine.
Yes.
The green-clad middle-aged man, the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, immediately nodded in response to the old man's question. Naturally, he knew who Yuan Dongxing was. Yuan Dongxing was an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, as an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Dongxing was already at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Unfortunately, he was not the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, so he did not have the means to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Most people in the Human Devil Clan thought Yuan Dongxing was dead. He had died after failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, if he had died at that time, would the mysterious gray-clad old man, the master of the current patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, have called him an old fart?
Yes.
The gray-clad old man nodded when he heard the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan's confirmation. Not bad. You're much better than that old fart Yuan Dongxing. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that there's a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil Clan, it's time for me to leave, the gray-clad old man said. The gray-clothed old man continued. There was a sense of relief in his tone. Master, are you really leaving? Chapter 2295. 1,000 years have passed in just a blink of an eye. My fourth heavenly tribulation is coming soon. I'm not confident I'll be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation if I continue to stay here. The gray-clad old man sighed when he saw the patriarch of the human devil clan's reluctance. This time, the little fellow from the wandering Saint Palace has attracted the celestial ascension tribulation and is about to become an eminent celestial. This is a great opportunity for me. With both of you guarding the human devil clan, I can leave with peace of mind. The gray-clad old man had addressed the palace master of wandering Saint Palace as a little fellow. After all, Unravel, the palace master of wandering Saint Palace, was about to become an eminent celestial. How could the gray-clad old man address him as a little fellow? It was only because no one else was here. Otherwise, their hearts would have jumped out of their chests when they heard the gray-clad old man's words. However, the patriarch of the human devil clan did not react when he heard the gray-clad old man address the palace master of wandering Saint Palace as a little fellow. It was as though it was only natural for the gray-clad old man to address the palace master of wandering Saint Palace as a little fellow. Counting the time, Master, your fourth heavenly tribulation is indeed coming soon. The patriarch of the human devil clan nodded. The reluctance on his face intensified. After a long while, he asked, Master, when do you plan to leave? I'll leave after the little fellow passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, the gray-clad old man replied. The patriarch nodded. All right, the patriarch nodded. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you when he's done with his tribulation, Master. Let's go now. The tribulation clouds have been gathering for some time now. The first bolt of lightning will strike in half an hour at most. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I've seen the wandering Saint Palace's technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his entire body moved again, and then he turned into a cloud of gray mist that soared into the sky like a gray cloud breaking through the sky. The gray mist was flying toward the wandering Saint Palace's estate. Swoosh! Almost as soon as the old man turned into a cloud of gray mist, the patriarch of the human devil clan followed closely behind him. Master, I've heard about the wandering Saint Palace's inherited heavenly tribulation technique. However, it's said that only the palace master of the wandering Saint Palace can use it, right? The patriarch of the human devil clan asked respectfully as he looked at the gray fog in front of him. Yes, it was none other than the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, the gray-clad old man from before. The wandering Saint Palace's heavenly tribulation transcendence technique can only be used once every once in a while. For this reason, only the palace masters of wandering Saint Palace have the opportunity to use this technique. Based on the gray-clad old man's words, it was clear he knew the technique passed down in the wandering Saint Palace. I see. The patriarch of the human devil clan finally understood what was going on. He continued to follow his master to the wandering Saint Palace's estate. Whoosh! Soon after, the gray-clad old man arrived above the wandering Saint Palace's estate. To be more precise, he arrived above the residence of Unravel, the palace master of the wandering Saint Palace. The sky ahead was filled with dark clouds. 5 colored auspicious clouds were blooming in the sky, emitting dazzling rays of light. Under these colorful auspicious clouds, dark clouds covered the sky. Countless bolts of purple lightning intertwined within them, and they looked like tiny purple snakes that were slithering and rolling about. The dark clouds that had gathered together were none other than tribulation clouds. It was the tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the gray mist transformed into a figure in just a blink of an eye. The gray-clad old man had reappeared. At the same time, the patriarch of the human devil clan arrived as well. He stood respectfully beside the gray-clad old man as they watched the changing scenery in front of them. Beneath the 5-colored auspicious clouds was a tribulation cloud that was filled with purple lightning bolts. Beneath the tribulation cloud was a spacious residence. It was the residence of Unravel, the palace master of wandering Saint Palace. It was also where he cultivated. At this moment, the surroundings of Unravel, the palace master of wandering St. Palace, were not peaceful at all. The commotion had been going on for a long time. Due to this reason, more and more elders and disciples from all over the wandering St. Palace had gathered. In the end, it was like a bustling city. It hasn't started yet? The tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation are still gathering. When will it end? I can't wait to see the palace master of wandering St. Palace show off his might and easily pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Me too. Most of the elders and disciples from wandering St. Palace had come for the celestial ascension tribulation. All of them wanted to see Lord Palace Master overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. One had to know that such a scene was not something that could be seen all the time. I've read about the celestial ascension tribulation in an ancient book. It said that it takes about an hour for the tribulation clouds to gather. About an hour? That's still early. It's only been about half an hour. In other words, the celestial ascension tribulation will take form in half an hour? That's right. Many of the elders and disciples from wandering St. Palace were knowledgeable, so they knew a thing or two about the celestial ascension tribulation. When they realized the celestial ascension tribulation would take form in half an hour, the elders and disciples from wandering St. Palace were excited. Their faces were filled with anticipation. In the front courtyard of the residence, Houchen, the palace master of wandering St. Palace, stood there expressionlessly. Not far from him, his eldest direct disciple, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of wandering St. Palace, was reporting to him about Duan Lingtian, the new vice palace master of wandering St. Palace. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? After learning about Duan Lingtian's true identity, Yuan Haochen could no longer remain calm. A slight frown appeared on his face. It was apparent he was surprised as well. Where's he now? Yuan Haochen asked as he looked at Yun Fuyi. He's cultivating in his residence and hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation. Even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation, there's nowhere for him to go. If he's in the wandering St. Palace's estate, you'll be able to suppress him. However, if he leaves the wandering St. Palace's estate, he won't be able to escape from Palace Master Shur from Great Spirit Palace. Yun Fuyi said. All right. Yuan Haochen nodded before he said, I'll deal with him after I'm done with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. I have to start preparing now. In 15 minutes, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation will take form and the first bolt of lightning will descend. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, he did not wait for Yun Fuye's reply before he rose into the air and hovered in the air above his residence. Above him, the tribulation clouds shrouded the land as though they were about to blot out the sun. At the same time, numerous tribulation clouds continued to converge from all directions outside the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. As the tribulation clouds gathered, the tribulation clouds above Yuan Haochen's head deepened. They seemed to have become stronger and stronger in an instant. The violet bolts of lightning that surged within the tribulation clouds were ceaselessly increasing in number. Later on, these lightning bolts that looked like small purple snakes also became much thicker in size. Boom, 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 boom. As the tribulation clouds gathered, the sound of thunder continued to ring in the sky. Eldest senior brother, is Master going to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? The commotion outside finally woke Huang Wenjing up from her closed-door cultivation. She immediately left her cultivation and went to the front yard of the residence to stand next to Yun Fuyi. At this moment, Yun Fuyi was looking at the sky. A figure hovered in the sky like a god. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be centered around him. Little junior sister. When Yun Fuyi heard Huang Wenjing's familiar voice, he immediately regained his senses. He looked at Huang Wenjing and said with a faint smile on his face, That's right. Master has finally undergone the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. In just a few days, we'll have an eminent celestial in the wandering St. Palace. Moreover, our human devil clan will have a second eminent celestial. When Yun Fuyi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sound excited. After all, the eminent celestial in the wandering St. Palace was his master. Master! When Huang Wenjing heard Yun Fuye's words, she immediately looked at the figure hovering in the sky. Apart from admiration, there was also a hint of joy in her eyes. Her master was going to become an eminent celestial soon. As Yunwen Haochen's last disciple, Huang Wenjing, naturally, knew how long her master had been waiting for this day. And now, the day that her master had waited for had finally come, and her wish had come true. As his last disciple, she was, naturally, happy for her master. Master is going to undergo the celestial ascension tribulation soon. In other words, when Master becomes an eminent celestial in a few days, he'll finally come to an end? While Huang Wenjing was happy for her master, she couldn't help but think of a purple figure. Once this figure appeared, it was impossible to get rid of it. It was like a gangrene attached to the bone. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, Yun Fu Ye's voice rang in Huang Wenjing's ears again. Chapter 2296. Duan Lingtian. Yun Fuyi shouted angrily as he looked into the distance. Huang Wenjing followed his gaze and looked in the direction he was looking at. In the blink of an eye, the purple figure that appeared in Huang Wenjing's mind overlapped perfectly with the figure that was leading the group in the distance. Why is he here? The moment she saw this figure, Huang Wenjing panicked. Doesn't he know that coming here now is very dangerous? Huang Wenjing could not figure out why this man would come here. Did he not know his identity had been exposed? Did he not know her master would kill him? Duan Lingtian? Yun Fu Ye's voice was so loud that many elders from the Wandering Saint Palace who were hovering in the air outside the mansion heard his words. They immediately turned to look at the group of people who had just arrived. Everyone's attention was on the purple-clad young man in the lead. He's the new Vice Palace Master, Duan Lingtian, who joined our Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago? It's him. I've seen his portrait before. Of course, it wasn't drawn after he became the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. It was drawn many years ago. At that time, he wasn't the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was the young Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? I've heard of him before. I didn't expect him to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in such a short time. That's right. It's said that it has only been 10 years since he left the Debussy subterranean for the upper province. However, he's already a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from a martial cultivator who hasn't even broken through to the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Or perhaps, the cultivation environment and resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land can allow one's cultivation base to improve so much in such a short time? Impossible. No matter how good the cultivation environment and resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are, it's impossible for someone to improve so much in just 10 years. He must have gotten some other, fortuitous encounter. Even so, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is still a good place. After all, there's a fortuitous encounter there that allows a person to obtain such a powerful cultivation base in just 10 years. Indeed. When the group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Lingtian, they could not help but discuss among themselves. The topic of their conversation gradually shifted to the strength that Duan Lingtian had raised in the past 10 years. Almost all of them were certain that Duan Lingtian had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, the elders and disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace were looking forward to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on the current progress, it won't be long before the inter-realm transportation formation is completed. That's right. Once the inter-realm transportation formation is completed, the human devil clan will be able to invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land along with the devil clans and occupy the rich resources there. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to encounter something similar to Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter. I can't wait. The group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves. Duan Lingtian brought Ker, Duan Siling, and Gan Ru Yin to the sky above the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Peng Lai, who was following behind him, did the same as well. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, and a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace also came to a halt when they saw Duan Lingtian. At the same time, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian. Up until now, they still did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do or why he had come here. After all, this was the residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, Yuan Haochen was about to become an eminent celestial. Was he not seeking death by coming here? At this moment, it was not only the group of people who thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Even the group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Brother Lingtian, why are you here? It's dangerous here. Leave as far as you can. A familiar voice suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian didn't have to turn around to be able to discern that this was Huang Qiling's voice. Huang Qiling was the first person he met in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the son of one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian had only learned that Huang Qiling was the son of one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace after he joined the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago. Although Duan Lingtian knew Huang Qiling's identity in the Wandering Saint Palace was not simple, he did not know Huang Qiling's background. It's dangerous here. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Huang Qiling's voice transmission. He replied through voice transmission, I know you mean well, but don't you think Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, will hunt me down if I leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate now? After all, Palace Master Yuan hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. To me, there's no difference between him and Shi Nanfeng. If I leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate now, Shi Nanfeng will hunt me down. If I stay here, Shi Nanfeng won't make a move. Who knows, I might be able to live for a few more days after Palace Master Yuan passes the heavenly tribulation. Huang Qiling was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's words made sense. Is there really no other way? Huang Qiling muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Actually, I'm curious. You should know I'm a human, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If that's the case, why are you still concerned about me as the son of one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace? While Huang Qiling was frowning, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Faced with this question, Huang Qiling did not hesitate at all as he replied through voice transmission, Brother Lingtian, I want to befriend you because of you as a person, not because of your identity and origin. It doesn't matter if you're a human devil or a human, you're still my friend. Moreover, compared to a human devil, I think humans are my own kind. Unfortunately, I'm useless and can't help you at all. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Huang Qiling's voice when he spoke. Huang Qiling's words had touched Duan Lingtian's heart to a certain extent. He felt as though he had not made friends with Huang Qiling in vain. You, what are you doing here? Are you seeking death? All of a sudden, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately lowered his head to look at the front courtyard of the mansion in front of him. There was a familiar figure standing in front of him. Huang Wenjing. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the figure. It was none other than Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. She was also the strongest person among the younger generation in Wandering Saint Palace and the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan. Duan Lingtian could hear the voice. The voice transmission earlier had come from Huang Wenjing. Huang Wenjing must have found out about my true identity. However, based on her tone, it seems like she's concerned about me rather than hostile. Based on Huang Wenjing's voice transmission earlier, Duan Lingtian could tell she was genuinely concerned about him. Sigh. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he figured out the reason behind Huang Wenjing's concern. He pretended not to hear her voice transmission and ignored her. The person next to her must be Yun Fuyi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Lingtian sensed the hostility from the person next to Huang Wenjing and saw the person was a young man in the mansion of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he could roughly guess the person's identity. Yun Fuyi was the first direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the first vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace before Duan Lingtian joined Wandering Saint Palace. I feel like the Sun Saint energy in my Saint origin is about to go out of control. After Duan Lingtian looked away from Yun Fuyi, he shifted his gaze to the place where the tribulation clouds gathered. It was the center of the tribulation clouds. The thing that was attracting the Sun Saint energy in his body was also there. I wonder what's in there? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Along the way, my understanding of this world has risen to another level. It's completely different from before. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian became even more certain. The thing behind the tribulation clouds that was attracting the Sun Saint energy in his body was not simple. Yuan Haochen. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian was still wary of Duan Lingtian, who had casually blocked his attack 3 years ago. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was staring at the tribulation clouds in the sky as Saint Origin surged out of his body and emitted a powerful aura. After his Saint Origin surged out of his body, it resonated strongly with heaven and earth. Based on this, one could see that Duan Lingtian was extremely powerful. Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached an extremely high level. However, not only did Yuan Haochen not look at Duan Lingtian, but he did not even use his divine consciousness on Duan Lingtian. It was obvious Yuan Haochen's attention was focused on the tribulation clouds in the sky. It was as though the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation were the only things in his world. Chapter 2297. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, he became the center of attention. He even overshadowed Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was about to undergo his celestial ascension tribulation. Duan Lingtian was the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If he only had this identity, he would not have become the center of attention. The reason why he could become the focus of attention was more because of his other identity. He was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the Azure Cloud Mansion was a human force. With such a sensitive identity, it was difficult for him not to become the center of attention. I remember, when Duan Lingtian came to the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago, he brought a little girl with him. They're twins. A disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace suddenly recalled this. It must be the girl next to him. There are 2 other girls as well. These 2 girls look identical. They must be twins. Duan Lingtian is really lucky to have a pair of twins with different temperaments. That's not the point. The point is, the 3 girls next to him must be humans as well. The elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves as they shifted their attention to the 3 girls next to Duan Lingtian. The 3 girls had come to the Wandering Saint Palace with Duan Lingtian 3 years ago, so it was not difficult for them to figure out who they were. Just like Duan Lingtian, the 3 girls were humans. Peng Lai, you're really foolish. Peng Lai, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, suddenly heard a voice transmission. Peng Lai was familiar with this voice. It came from one of his best friends in the Wandering Saint Palace, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. What's wrong with you? Duan Lingtian is a human. He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Based on the current situation, it's impossible for him to leave the Wandering Saint Palace alive. Can't you see that? If you continue to follow him, won't you be seeking death? The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was clearly very concerned about Peng Lai. His voice was filled with anxiety as he spoke. When Peng Lai heard the voice transmission from the elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, he felt warmth in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave Duan Lingtian, but that he couldn't leave. With the restriction of the lightning punishment oath, if he left directly, he would be considered to have betrayed Duan Lingtian, and he would immediately be killed by the lightning punishment. If he followed Duan Lingtian, he might die, but he would definitely die a slower death. In the end, he did not have the courage to face the lightning punishment. In addition, there was also a very strong desire in the depths of his heart. Although even he himself felt that it was not realistic, he could not help but desire. It longed for its master to create a miracle. After all, his master was not an ordinary person. He could even help people improve the grade of their innate spiritual roots. In his opinion, this was already the work of an immortal. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as figures appeared from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace. Lord Palace Master. A sturdy and tall figure was the first to appear near Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. He bowed respectfully at Shi Nan Feng. It was a young man wearing a blue robe. Although the blue robe was spacious, it seemed to become a tight fit on his body, showing off the contours of his muscles from head to toe. When he bowed at Shi Nan Feng, a hint of respect could be seen on his face. Yuanba, you're here. Shi Nan Feng nodded at the blue-clad man. It was obvious he thought highly of the blue-clad man. It's Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. Soon after, the group of elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace recognized the blue-clad man. He was the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. He was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. The people from Azure Sheen Hall are here as well. That's Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Palace Master of Azure Sheen Hall. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace are here as well. That's Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace. The group of people from Wandering Saint Palace soon discovered that the Vice Palace Masters of Great Spirit Palace were here as well. Apart from the 7 leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls, all the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had gathered. The Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace and the Hall Masters of the other 6 halls aren't here? Some of the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace were puzzled. Perhaps they're held up by something, someone said. Even if they're held up by something, how can all 7 of them be held up by something at the same time? Many people voiced their doubts. Hee. Don't forget that although it's a good thing that there's a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan, this eminent celestial is from the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders from Wandering Saint Palace chuckled. It's a good thing that there's an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, but it might not be a good thing for the other 3 palaces and 6 halls. I think the palace masters and hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls are gathered somewhere, discussing how to deal with the Wandering Saint Palace's rise to power. Many of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace agreed with the elders' words. They thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed the case. The 3 palaces and 6 halls had always been competitors and had always maintained a balance. However, now that there was an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, how could the other 3 palaces and 6 halls not be anxious? The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace is really magnanimous. He came here personally. A disciple from Wandering Saint Palace who had just come out of closed-door cultivation said. Many of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace laughed when they heard the words of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciple. One of the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace tried to hold back his laughter as he asked, Don't tell me you think the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace is here because our Palace Master is about to undergo the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial? Is that not the case? Of course not. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace came to our Wandering Saint Palace a year ago and has never left. His target is none other than our Vice Palace Master, Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. That's him. I'm sure you've heard about the enmity between the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion, so I won't say much about it. I see. So that's how it is. At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who had just arrived turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. As soon as the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian boom, an earth-shattering boom suddenly exploded, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, a shockwave that seemed to cross the sky swept down from the sky. Accompanying it was an incomparably powerful aura that caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate. The celestial ascension tribulation is here. In an instant, the same thought appeared in the minds of everyone present. Everyone who was looking at Duan Lingtian shifted their attention to the sky above Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The tribulation clouds were so dense that they seemed to be able to blot out the sun. Not only did the tribulation clouds cover the vast residence of Yuan Hao Qian, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, but it also covered a large area in the surroundings. It was dark and gloomy. Naturally, there were still some rays of light that refracted from afar, so it did not obstruct their vision. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous roar continued, and one could clearly see bolts of purple lightning shuttling through the countless tribulation clouds like small snakes. Moreover, one could vaguely see some small five-colored snakes among these small purple snakes. Naturally, the five-colored snakes were inconspicuous compared to the purple snakes. Those who had not reached a certain cultivation base would not be able to notice them at all. The earth-shattering sound of thunder earlier must be a sign that the celestial ascension tribulation is complete. Duan Lingtian knew a thing or two about the celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. This is bad. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that the sun force in his saint origin was becoming more and more restless. He felt as though he could no longer suppress it. Moreover, the restlessness was still going on. Forget it. Just let it be. It just so happens that I also want to see what is attracting it and what it wants to do. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian, who already found it difficult to withstand the sun force, no longer tried to resist it. He allowed the sun force to escape his body. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian removed all the defensive lines. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The sun force in Duan Lingtian's saint origin left his saint origin and turned into a golden flame that surged out of his body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body seemed to be spitting fire. Golden flames gushed out from every pore on his body. Only his hair, eyebrows, and robes were not burned. At first glance, this scene was extremely strange. Father. Duan Xiling was the first to notice the change in Duan Lingtian's body. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with both hands. Her big eyes were filled with surprise. Brother Tian? Kerr also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's body. Although Duan Lingtian's body was spitting fire, Kerr, who was standing close to him, did not feel any heat at all. At the same time, Ganru Yin was also attracted by the change in Duan Lingtian's body. Boom. The flames on Duan Lingtian's body left Duan Lingtian's body and turned into a ball of golden flame that shot up into the sky. It shot toward the center of the celestial ascension tribulation where the tribulation clouds gathered. That's Chapter 2298. Due to Duan Lingtian's confidence, Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all when she attacked. She went all out as soon as she made her move. This was her trust in Duan Lingtian. It was also her declaration to the others. She did not hold back, and there was no need for her to hold back. I can't believe Tian Wu's strength has increased to such a level. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw the strength Feng Tianwu displayed. Although he knew Feng Tianwu was very powerful, he did not expect her to be this powerful. If he had not broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he might not be a match for Tian Wu even if he used all of his techniques. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After witnessing Feng Tianwu's strength, Duan Lingtian knew what was going on. With just a thought, the area within a 100-meter radius around him instantly turned into a sea of swords. Tens of thousands of swords whistled through the air. Wherever they passed, the void seemed to be torn apart, producing a series of piercing sounds. At the place where Feng Tianwu's territory overlapped with his territory, the flame territory gradually shattered as the sword lights whistled through the air. It was as though a mirror had been hit hard. Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory was like a giant hammer that smashed hard on the mirror. As the saying went, pulling one part will affect the whole body. Although only a part of Feng Tianwu's flame territory was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, it was this part that affected the rest of the territory. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's overbearing 10,000 swords territory destroyed Feng Tianwu's flame territory effortlessly. In fact, Feng Tianwu's territory was already considered very powerful. However, there was always a gap between them. In front of Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, her flame territory was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. In just a blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. Is this a joke? Upon seeing this scene, many of the onlookers had the same thought in their minds. Miss Feng, are you going easy on Duan Lingtian? This is too obvious. Even if they are both half-step Saint Realm experts, even if there is a difference in their strengths, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? It must be Miss Feng who is giving in to him. Many people whispered to each other. These people had one thing in common, and that was that they were not Saint Realm experts. The Saint Stage powerhouses present on the scene, including Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, fell silent at this moment. Is this Duan Lingtian really from the mortal realm? Ziyun looked at Duan Lingtian. Her heart was filled with shock. Although she had vaguely guessed that a man who could catch the eye of her disciple, Feng Tianwu, was definitely not an ordinary man, she did not expect that this man would be so strong. Just his domain alone was enough to crush her disciple Feng Tianwu's domain. As a Saint Stage powerhouse, she, naturally, could see that her disciple, Feng Tianwu, did not hold back at all. The domain that she cast was also at its peak. However, even then, her domain was still shattered the moment Duan Lingtian's domain appeared. She was certain that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a Saint Stage powerhouse. Due to this reason, she deeply realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's domain was. It was definitely not an ordinary domain. In fact, her disciple, Feng Tianwu's domain was an extremely high-grade flame domain. One of the reasons Feng Tianwu was so powerful was because of her powerful domain. However, even the powerful flame domain that Feng Tianwu relied on was shattered by Duan Lingtian's domain. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. What kind of domain did Duan Lingtian cast? Old Man Ian from the Skyrex sect had an extremely ugly expression on his face. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's domain, he faintly realized that Duan Lingtian really had the strength to defeat Feng Tianwu. As a Saint Stage powerhouse like Ziyun, he could naturally see that Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still had the upper hand in terms of domain. The other Saint Stage powerhouses were also shocked. As the group of Saint Stage powerhouses discussed among themselves, the onlookers who originally thought that Feng Tianwu had held back realized that they had misunderstood Feng Tianwu. If Miss Feng did not hold back, then the foreign advisor of the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, is too terrifying, right? That's right, this is too exaggerated. As soon as his domain appeared, it crushed Miss Feng's domain. You must know that Miss Feng is a powerhouse who's ranked at the top of the heaven ranking. It's said that half of her strength comes from her own domain. Without the advantage of her domain, Miss Feng is like a tiger without its teeth. How is she going to fight? Many people were still in disbelief. After all, Duan Lingtian's domain had brought them too much shock. Elder brother Duan, what's your domain? After her own domain was crushed, Feng Tianwu was also shocked. After being stunned for a moment, she asked with an astonished expression, I feel that my domain has no resistance at all in front of your domain, 10,000 swords domain. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile, 10,000 swords domain. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu nodded. Soon after, her eyes shone with brilliance again. Based on the confidence that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, she also knew that Duan Lingtian was really confident in fighting with her. However, when she saw the scene earlier, her heart was still filled with shock. Her big brother Duan had only unleashed his domain, yet he had crushed her domain. In retrospect, the moment her elder brother Duan's domain appeared, she clearly felt an oppressive aura rushing towards her, causing her to be a little breathless. However, she did not pay much attention to it at that time. It was not until after the domain was crushed that she realized that her elder brother Duan's strength today was not something she could compare to. The destruction of her domain also meant that her strength would be greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, defeat was already set in stone. 10,000 swords domain? When Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to respond to Feng Tianwu, the onlookers also heard Duan Lingtian's words and knew what kind of domain Duan Lingtian had used. 10,000 swords domain. It really lives up to its name. In Duan Lingtian's domain, I'm afraid there are really tens of thousands of solidified sword rays. Moreover, they don't look much different from real swords. Such a domain looks so domineering. I didn't expect it to be so powerful as well. Most of the people present on the scene had their eyes focused on the sword rays that were wreaking havoc within a radius of 100 meters around Duan The sword rays seemed to have surrounded Duan and formed a world of swords. 10,000 swords domain? After hearing Duan words, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, narrowed her eyes. If it's really the 10,000 swords domain, doesn't that mean he's most likely the successor of the extinct disciple? In Ziyun's heart, there was a secret that only she knew. It was a fortuitous encounter she had when she was young. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to obtain the inheritance of a female powerhouse. That female powerhouse claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolute sect. After she obtained the inheritance, it was equivalent to her inheriting the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance. She became the only successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Due to that fortuitous encounter, her innate talent that was originally not very strong further stimulated her potential. Currently, she even possessed a strength that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. She knew very well that if it was not for that fortuitous encounter, she might not even be a Saint Stage powerhouse now, let alone a Saint Stage powerhouse that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. Her entire life had changed because of that fortuitous encounter. For this reason, she was filled with gratitude toward the female powerhouse who left behind the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance and remembered her message. In her message, the female powerhouse had mentioned that she hoped that after she obtained the inheritance, she would continue to pass down the Blazing Phoenix progeny until the Seven Absolutes sect's Seven Absolutes token appeared. Once the Seven Absolutes token appeared, the Blazing Phoenix progeny would have to return to the Seven Absolute sect. As long as the Seven Absolute sect needed it, they would be willing to sacrifice everything for the Seven Absolute sect. Ziyun knew her innate talent was only ordinary. Even if she continued to improve, it would be difficult for her to achieve great things. For this reason, she had been looking for a young genius who could inherit the Blazing Phoenix progeny since a long time ago. Feng Tianwu was the young genius she had found. Although she was only born in the mortal continent, her innate talent was extraordinary. What surprised her even more was Feng Tianwu's progress in cultivating the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method was so fast that it was terrifying. It was as though the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method was made for her. When she saw how Feng Tianwu managed to achieve so much in just a few years with the help of the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method, she knew she could give an explanation to the powerhouse who left behind the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance. Due to her innate talent, it was difficult for her to shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the Blazing Phoenix progeny. However, this disciple of hers could do it. She believed her disciple's innate talent in the martial Tao was definitely not inferior to the successors of the other six absolutes of the seven absolutes sect other than the Fog Rain progeny. She did not dare to compare herself to the Fog Rain progeny. This was because the female powerhouse who left her the inheritance had left behind some information about the seven absolutes sect. She had emphasized on the Fog Rain progeny, the absolute of the seven absolutes sect. As the absolute of the seven absolutes sect, the Fog Rain progeny was different from the other six absolutes. It could go 1,000 years without a successor, 10,000 years without a successor, or even 100,000 years without a successor. However, when a successor appeared, it would signify the beginning of a new era. There was a saying in the Tao Martial Saintland. The Fog Rain progeny of the seven absolutes had the ability to summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. This sentence was widely acknowledged by many people in the Tao Martial Saintland. Based on this, one could see how famous the Fog Rain progeny of the seven absolutes sect was. It's said that the previous Fog Rain progeny was a powerhouse known as the Sword Saint. The territory he mastered was the 10,000 Swords territory. This was the reason why Ziyun was shocked when Duan Lingtian said his territory was the 10,000 Swords territory. Chapter 2299. The dazzling flash of light happened to block the view of the patriarch of the human demon clan, who could see through the tribulation clouds. At the same time, boom, when a dazzling purple and white light was reflected in the eyes of the group under the tribulation cloud, an earth-shaking thunder resounded in their ears in a timely manner. It was deafening. Following that, they saw a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm shot down from the tribulation clouds toward Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's the tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning has appeared. Many people had the same thought when they saw the lightning bolt that was about to descend. However, their eyes widened when they saw it. This was because they were shocked to see, before the bolt of lightning that was as thick as an adult's arm could reach Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen had yet to make a move to destroy it. Yuan Haochen was shocked. Another purple and white light flashed, causing many people with lower cultivation bases to feel pain in their eyes. Boom. Then, another thunderous clap rang in the air as though it was going to shatter the heavens. Following that, another bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm appeared. This bolt of lightning was similar to the one that struck Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was the tribulation lightning. What's going on? The first tribulation lightning hasn't even gotten close to Lord Palace Master. Why is the second tribulation lightning here? Is this the second tribulation lightning? I don't think there's any difference between the second tribulation lightning and the first tribulation lightning. In fact, they look identical. What's going on? Are there two bolts of lightning in the first tribulation lightning? Impossible. There are 81 bolts of lightning in the celestial ascension tribulation. However, each bolt of lightning is independent. Moreover, there's a gap between the bolts of lightning. If the bolts of lightning were to appear one after another, it would only take half a day. There's no need to wait for a few days. That's true. However, what's with this tribulation lightning? The vice palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace were not the only ones who were confused. Even the vice palace masters and vice hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, could not understand what was going on even though their minds could keep up with the speed of the tribulation lightning. Master, why are there 2 identical lightning tribulations? High up in the sky, behind the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan finally managed to see through the tribulation clouds. He happened to see 2 identical bolts of tribulation lightning appearing one after another. Regarding this, he could not understand it no matter how much he thought about it. After all, he was someone who had overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. However, when he was undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation, there was an hour between the first and second lightning bolts. Moreover, the second bolt of tribulation lightning was even thicker and more powerful than the first. Now, not only were the 2 bolts of lightning exactly the same, but they had also appeared only a single breath apart. He couldn't understand it at all. This was completely different from the celestial ascension tribulation he knew about and the celestial ascension tribulation he had overcome. Since there are 2 people undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time, it's only natural that there would be 2 identical bolts of tribulation lightning. This time, the gray-clad old man gave the patriarch of the human devil clan an affirmative answer. At the same time, the gray-clad old man's piercing gaze pierced through the tribulation clouds and landed on a purple figure below. Under the tribulation clouds, the vice palace masters and vice hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were still in shock when they saw the second bolt of tribulation lightning. However, the second bolt of tribulation lightning did not strike Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Instead, it changed direction and shot toward another figure in the distance. Master, watch out! Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his new understanding of heaven and earth when Peng Lai's cry rang in his ears. He was so shocked that he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he felt an aura locking onto him. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw a flash of light in front of him. In the sky, a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm actually blasted towards him. It was like an angry dragon whistling down from the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him in one gulp. Is this the tribulation lightning? Shouldn't the tribulation lightning be targeting Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? Isn't he the one undergoing the tribulation? What's going on? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, the tribulation lightning that descended from the sky was getting closer and closer to him. No, I can't let it come over. If it comes over, Ke, Xiling, and the others will be in danger. Since it's targeting me, I'll bring it away. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's saint origin surged out of his body and formed a pair of flaming wings on his back. It was the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. However, the Golden Crow's wings formed by Duan Lingtian's saint origin was different from before. In the past, the Golden Crow wings he had formed with his Saint Qi seemed to have been completely transformed from a deep golden flame. However, this time, the Golden Crow wings he had formed with his Saint Qi seemed to have been completely transformed from pure golden flames. However, the Golden Crow wings he had condensed with his Saint Qi now looked like they were formed from pale golden flames. This was because most of the sun force in Duan Lingtian's body had left his saint origin, causing his saint origin to revert to its original form. However, the sun's saint origin, which had been beaten back to its original form, seemed to resonate strongly with the world as soon as it broke out of his body. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense this. Just now, I discovered that my comprehension of this world seems to have reached a critical point after a rapid increase. That's right. I thought it was a bottleneck. I didn't expect it to be the limit. Based on my current comprehension of heaven and earth, the resonance between my saint origin and heaven and earth is no different from when Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, activated his saint origin 3 years ago. In other words, my current understanding of this heaven and earth has almost reached the limit? Duan Lingtian realized when he sensed the resonance between his saint origin and heaven and earth. His comprehension of the heaven and earth had reached the limit in a daze. Such a change gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was cheating in a game in his previous life. After all, his cultivation base had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage today. In just a day, his cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Following that, his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit again. It should be noted that for those who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would take them at least a few decades to hundreds of years to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit. However, Duan Lingtian had only spent less than a day to comprehend heaven and earth. Naturally, as mentioned earlier, Duan Lingtian was still in a state of confusion about all of this. This was because he had not made any preparations. His comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit in a daze. Could it be because of the sun force that left me? Duan Lingtian did not have the time to think about it. However, the threat from the tribulation lightning stopped Duan Lingtian from thinking about it. Golden Crow's wings. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian activated the Golden Crow's wings on his back and flew into the distance. It feels different when I activate the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. Everything feels so natural. In particular, the use of my Saint Qi has become much easier. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had activated the saint origin in his body after his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. He could clearly feel his control of the saint origin had improved by more than one level. If it was said that Yang Kai had a slight understanding of this world before, and when he circulated his Saint Qi, he felt that there was only a faint connection between his Saint Qi and this world. However, when he activated his Saint Origin, he felt a strong connection between his Saint Origin and heaven and earth. There was a strong resonance between his Saint Origin and heaven and earth. It was a completely different feeling when he compared the two. Boom, boom, boom. When Duan Lingtian activated the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, and flew out, the tribulation lightning that had locked onto him also shot out and chased after him like a gangrene attached to a bone. As it tore through the sky, it set off a series of muffled thunderclaps. There's another tribulation lightning over there? When Duan Lingtian left the place where Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yin were with the tribulation lightning, he saw another tribulation lightning. At the same time, Another tribulation lightning was heading toward Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Coincidentally, he saw Yuan Haochen raising his hand and spitting out Saint Origin that resonated with heaven and earth, engulfing the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning that's chasing after me isn't Yuan Haochen's tribulation lightning? Could it be my own lightning tribulation? How's this possible? Although Duan Lingtian thought it was impossible, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After confirming the tribulation lightning would not hurt Kerr and the other two women, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. Break. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he swept his arm out like a dragon. Waves of rolling and vast Saint Origin instantly surged out of Duan Lingtian's arm like a vast ocean. Moreover, it was a vast ocean that resonated strongly with heaven and earth. The vast ocean swept out and engulfed the tribulation lightning in just a blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. The two tribulation lightning that came with ill intentions were defeated by Yuan Haochen and Duan Lingtian one after another. Chapter 2300. It seems like I've overestimated it, or rather, I've underestimated my current strength. Duan Lingtian had brought the tribulation lightning here because he was worried it would harm Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Ganru Yin. For the sake of the three women's safety, he immediately cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, to leave the place where the three women were. However, it turned out that there was no need for him to leave at all. Just now, he had casually swung his arm. He did not even use any martial arts techniques or divine abilities, nor did he use the profundity of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword. He had easily drowned the first tribulation lightning. With his Saint Origin that was as vast as the ocean, the tribulation lightning did not even cause a ripple. It was so weak. Yuan Haochen. After defeating the first tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian felt a sharp gaze on him. He immediately regained his senses and looked at the owner of the gaze. It was none other than Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Yuan Haochen was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although he did not have a striking appearance, as the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he had a dignified air about him. He exuded the aura of a superior. Yuan Haochen was dressed in a silver robe, just like the first time Duan Lingtian had seen him. When Yuan Haochen looked at him, Duan Lingtian looked back at him fearlessly. In just a blink of an eye, not only did he see a sharp gaze, but he also saw a hint of shock and disbelief in Yuan Haochen's eyes. He was not surprised by this at all. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was not the only one who was shocked by the tribulation lightning. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked and in disbelief. Previously, I felt my comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. Initially, I thought it was just a bottleneck. However, it seems like my comprehension of heaven and earth has indeed reached its limit, especially when I defeated that tribulation thunder just now. My Saint Chi resonated strongly with the surrounding heavens and earth. Even compared to when Yuan Haochen attacked 3 years ago, my Saint Chi is stronger, not weaker. Even compared to the resonance between Yuan Haochen's Saint Chi and the surrounding heavens and earth, it's not much different. In other words, I've fulfilled the conditions for the celestial ascension tribulation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became excited again. The celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, he had a faint feeling. The celestial ascension tribulation. When he defeated the tribulation lightning, he discovered the tribulation lightning not only had Yuan Haochen, but it had also had its eyes on him as well. In other words, he had the tribulation stage. If that's the case, then I should thank Yuan Haochen? Usually, those who have comprehended heaven and earth to my level would have to look for an opportunity to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. As for me, my comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit when Yuan Haochen attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Moreover, I was targeted by the tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Now that Duan Lingtian realized his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit, he was able to figure out many things. Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen looked at each other silently for a long time. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. However, Just because they did not speak, it did not mean the others did not speak as well. Heavens! Am I seeing things? The second bolt of tribulation lightning is actually targeting Duan Ling Tian. An elder from the wandering Saint Palace exclaimed, breaking the silence. The second tribulation lightning? I don't think it's the second tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning that's targeting Duan Ling Tian is the same as the tribulation lightning that's targeting Lord Palace Master. Another elder from the wandering Saint Palace said, "What's going on?" Many disciples from the wandering Saint Palace were confused. They had no idea what was going on. If I'm not mistaken, at this moment, a vice palace master from the wandering Saint Palace said with difficulty, Duan Ling Tian is undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation just like Lord Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian was undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation as well? As soon as the vice palace master of the wandering Saint Palace spoke, the entire place fell silent. After a while, someone finally voiced his doubts. How's this possible? How can Duan Ling Tian be undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation as well? I thought Lord Palace Master was the one who attracted the celestial ascension tribulation? That's right. Lord Palace Master is the one who attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. How can Duan Ling Tian be undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation as well? This is impossible. To undergo the celestial ascension tribulation, one must have a certain level of comprehension of heaven and earth. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth to have reached such a level. More and more elders and disciples from the wandering Saint Palace voiced their doubts. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth to have reached such a level. Another vice palace master from the wandering Saint Palace said as he shook his head, when Duan Ling Tian destroyed the tribulation lightning earlier, the resonance between his saint origin and heaven and earth was on par with Lord Palace Master's saint origin. It's obvious his comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master's. The vice palace master of the wandering Saint Palace spoke in a confident tone. That's right. His comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master's. The elders and disciples from the wandering Saint Palace fell silent when they heard the vice palace master's words. At this moment, another vice palace master from the wandering Saint Palace, Huang Qiling's father, stepped forward. Rumor has it that when someone who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit attracts the celestial ascension tribulation, if another person who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit is present, the latter person will be able to draw the celestial ascension tribulation as well. In my opinion, this is the case for Duan Ling Tian. The vice palace master from the wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength to be so strong. He remembered his son's words. Did his son not say that 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian was powerless against the palace master of the wandering Saint Palace? Is that even possible? I've never heard of it. As the vice palace masters from the wandering Saint Palace spoke, the elders and disciples from the wandering Saint Palace were shocked as well. Was that even possible? After all, they had never heard of such a thing before. On the other hand, Huang Qiling's father, the palace master of the wandering Saint Palace, looked at his son and asked through voice transmission, "Are you sure Duan Ling Tian was no match for Lord Palace Master 3 years ago? Based on his current strength, he's not any weaker than Lord Palace Master." In the end, Huang Qiling's father's tone was full of doubt. "Father, I saw it with my own eyes 3 years ago. Brother Ling Tian was indeed no match for Lord Palace Master. I don't know why he's like this now. Perhaps he has improved in the past 3 years." Huang Qiling said through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. Although Huang Qiling smiled wryly, he was inwardly excited. When he saw how strong Brother Ling Tian was, he knew Brother Ling Tian might be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. This was especially true when he heard his father's words. Brother Ling Tian's current strength was no weaker than the palace master of the wandering Saint Palace. Impossible. Upon hearing Huang Qiling's words, Huang Qiling's father felt it was impossible. How could someone who couldn't even defeat Lord Palace Master grow so strong in just 3 years? No matter how monstrous he is, it's impossible. I don't know. Huang Qiling shook his head and replied through voice transmission. Meanwhile, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and the celestial ascension tribulation he had attracted. Their discussion was similar to that of the people from the wandering Saint Palace. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a level? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had a grave expression on his face. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to kill, to be so strong. Duan Lingtian was even stronger than him. Apart from that, he could also see it now. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation with the help of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. As long as Duan Lingtian passed the celestial ascension tribulation, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion would become an eminent celestial. At that time, Duan Lingtian would be able to kill him with just a wave of his hand. Even now, he knew he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Damn it! How did Duan Ruffing have such a powerful son? At this moment, apart from feeling indignant, Shi Nanfeng felt a deep sense of jealousy in his heart. He was jealous of Duan Ruffeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and Duan Lingtian's father. At some point, Shi Nanfeng's eyes landed on the people next to Duan Lingtian. They were Ke, Duan Siling, and Gan Ru Yin. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light like a blade. It was as though he wanted to vent his anger that he could not vent on Duan Lingtian on them. On the other side, Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. After a long time, Yuan Haochen, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, took the initiative to speak. At this moment, Yuan Haochen's gaze turned even sharper as he looked at Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow from him. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his at all. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Palace Master Yuan, kill him. Don't tell me you're going to help a human become an eminent celestial? Chapter 2301. The voice of Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, contained a powerful saint origin. As soon as it rang out, it suppressed all the whispers and even the rumbling of thunder from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Palace Master Yuan, kill him. Are you going to help a human become an eminent celestial? These were Shi Nanfeng's words. Naturally, many people present on the scene could hear the exasperation in Shi Nanfeng's voice. It was not difficult for them to guess the reason for Shi Nanfeng's exasperation. I'm afraid the palace master of Great Spirit Palace didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened to kill Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian dares to leave the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that he's seen Duan Lingtian's strength that's even stronger than his, I'm sure he's feeling uneasy. After all, the words he said earlier can be considered as a complete enmity between him and Duan Lingtian. Now that he knows he's no match for Duan Lingtian, he wants to use Palace Master Yuan to get rid of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, everyone present on the scene, including the people from Great Spirit Palace, could vaguely guess Shi Nanfeng's thoughts. They could see that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it was likely that only Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was a match for him. As soon as Shi Nanfeng finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Everyone's eyes fell on Yuan Haochen, as if they wanted to see Yuan Haochen's reaction after hearing Shi Nanfeng's words. However, Yuan Haochen did not react to Shi Nanfeng's words. You've hidden it well? Duan Lingtian did not react to Shi Nanfeng's words. When he heard Yuan Haochen's words, he replied calmly, What do you mean, Palace Master Yuan? What are you referring to? Yuan Haochen's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. You're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but you disguised yourself as a humanoid devil to infiltrate the Wandering Saint Palace. You even became a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Don't tell me you haven't hidden it well enough? When I attacked you 3 years ago, you pretended you weren't a match for me. Don't tell me you haven't hidden it well enough? Yuan Haochen's words that out of Spirit Palace Master Yuan Haochen's words that Duan Lingtian. Palace Master Yuan Haochen's Palace Master is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression on his face, as though he did not care about Yuan Haochen's words at all. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he only acknowledged the first point. As for the second point, it was purely Yuan Haochen's own conjecture. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. What was there to explain? Did the current Yuan Haochen still have the qualifications for him to explain? 3 years ago, he was not a match for Yuan Haochen because he had not broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had not comprehended heaven and earth to its limit. However, not only was he a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but his comprehension of heaven and earth had also reached its limit. Currently, he had attracted his Celestial Ascension Tribulation when Yuan Haochen had attracted his Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Lingtian's comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochen at all. Under such circumstances, even if he had to fight Yuan Haochen head-on, he was not afraid at all. "You're quite calm." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude, Yuan Haochen felt as though he was being looked down upon. As the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he tolerate being looked down upon? For this reason, his tone was extremely cold when he spoke again. An icy cold voice sounded out, and when it entered into the ears of the spectators, it caused many of them to feel as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and it was as if winter had arrived. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, the saint origin on his body roared and resonated with heaven and earth. His saint origin was like an angry dragon that was shackled by iron chains. It struggled to break free from the chains and regain its freedom. Lord Palace Master is going to make his move. The same thought appeared in the minds of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace at this moment. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was very excited. If Yuan Haochen made a move against Duan Lingtian, he would be happy to see it. He hoped that Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian did not die, not only him, but even the Great Spirit Palace would be in trouble. As long as Duan Lingtian dies, I'll be able to get them back if I promise Yuan Haochen some benefits. Shi Nanfeng looked at Kerr and the other 2 women with a lustful look in his eyes. The people from Great Spirit Palace and the other 3 palaces and 6 halls were also hoping that Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a genius. After all, Duan Lingtian was a human who was about to become an eminent celestial. If he successfully became an eminent celestial, it would not be a good thing for the human devil clan or the entire devil clans. Faced with Yuan Haochen, whose saint origin was roaring like a raging dragon, Duan Lingtian stood there with a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. On one side was Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace from the Human Devil Clan, and on the other side was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who did not seem to care about Yuan Haochen at all. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene had completely frozen. The thick smell of gunpowder permeated the air. A great battle was imminent. How's this possible? In the distance, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and the eldest direct disciple of Yuan Haochen, looked at Duan Lingtian's back in disbelief. He still found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. As far as he knew, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was just a weak martial cultivator who had not even entered the Saint Celestial stage 10 years ago. But now, he already possessed strength that was on par with his master. Beside Yun Fai, Huang Wenjing looked at the purple figure in the distance. A rare look of surprise appeared on her face that was as cold as ice. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so strong. She did not expect him to be so strong. He was hiding his strength 3 years ago. Huang Wenjing had witnessed the battle between her master and Duan Lingtian 3 years ago. Therefore, she knew Duan Lingtian was no match for her master 3 years ago. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had been hiding his strength 3 years ago. His current strength has actually reached such a level? Ganru Yin was dumbfounded. As for Kerr and Duan Sealing, who were standing next to her, they did not seem surprised at all. It was as though they had expected this. Master strength. Initially, Peng Lai did not feel confident at all. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian's strength and the celestial ascension tribulation that Duan Ling Tian had attracted, he was excited as well. As expected, his master was not an ordinary person. The miracle he had been longing for had finally appeared. Duan Ling Tian. In the end, it was Yuan Haochen who broke the tense atmosphere with a cold shout. He continued in a stern voice. 3 years ago, I made a mistake in letting you join the Wandering Saint Palace and appointed you as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Today, I, Yuan Haochen, will kill you right here and now to clean up the mess in the Wandering Saint Palace. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, the Saint Qi in his body surged out like a furious dragon that had just broken free of its chains and soared across the sky, shaking the surrounding area. Yuan Haochen's saint origin resonated with heaven and earth as it surged out like a raging dragon. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Yuan Haochen disappeared into thin air in the eyes of those with a weaker cultivation base. However, those with higher cultivation bases were able to vaguely catch a glimpse of Yuan Haochen's silhouette. Naturally, they could only vaguely see Duan Lingtian's figure. Apart from Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Duan Lingtian was the only one who could see Yuan Haochen's figure clearly. Naturally, this only applied to those who were present. Those who were not present, such as the duo hiding in the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan and his disciple, could also see Yuan Haochen's figure clearly. Moreover, they could see Duan Lingtian's figure much clearer than Duan Lingtian and his disciple. A human? Almost as soon as Yuan Haochen made his move, the gray-clad old man, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master, frowned slightly. Under the tribulation clouds. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Yuan Haochen was charging toward him like a cannonball. As he ran, the saint origin around Yuan Haochen's body revolved around him like angry dragons. It resonated strongly with heaven and earth, and at the same time, it seemed to be pushing Yuan Haochen toward Duan Lingtian. This speed, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Yuan Haochen was not far away from him. Boom! At the same time, the saint origin that he had been accumulating in his body exploded. As soon as his saint origin exploded, it resonated strongly with heaven and earth. It was as though every move he made was related to heaven and earth. Golden Crow's Wings. After using the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, Duan Lingtian's saint origin flapped a pair of flaming wings behind him. Then, in a flash, he disappeared before most people's eyes. Chapter 2302. When Duan Lingtian moved, apart from the profundity of his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, he also used the profundity of his movement martial tactics. However, even with that being the case, his speed was still not much faster than Yuan Haochen. Yuan Haochen's movement divine ability was also extraordinary. Coupled with his movement martial tactic that was better than Duan Lingtian's, his speed was almost on par with Duan Lingtian's. What a fast speed! Yuan Haochen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed as he chased after Duan Lingtian. Let alone the human devil clan. Even in the entire devil clans, he dared not say he was the fastest below the eminent celestial, but he dared to say his speed was second to none. However, today, he finally met someone who was on par with him. Moreover, it was a human. Stop! After chasing after Duan Lingtian for a while, Yuan Haochen realized it would be difficult for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and formed a claw with his fingers before he grabbed Duan Lingtian. 5 beams of saint origin shot out from between his fingers. They looked like 5 meteors that streaked across the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 beams of saint origin shot out at a speed that was more than twice as fast as Yuan Haochen and Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 beams of saint origin shot out from Duan Lingtian. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the 5 beams of saint origin were about to catch up to Duan Lingtian, they suddenly shone brightly before they expanded one by one. It was as though they had transformed into pillars that supported the heavens. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 pillars transformed into dozens of pillars that supported the heavens. In just a blink of an eye, they transformed into hundreds of pillars that supported the heavens. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Hundreds of heaven-supporting pillars condensed from St. Chi shot out at the same time, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Their momentum was so great that it seemed like they were about to shatter the heavens. What kind of technique is this? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness also detected the several hundred heaven-supporting pillars that were condensed from Saint Origin behind him. As soon as Duan Ling Tian discovered these towering pillars, they had already traversed the sky. From top to bottom, from left to right, they formed a gigantic cage that enveloped Duan Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not even have time to react. 5-finger cage. Just as Duan Ling Tian was enveloped by this huge cage, many onlookers exclaimed. They recognized the technique that Yuan Haochen had just used. As the onlookers whispered, Duan Ling Tian also learned that Yuan Haochen was using an assistive divine ability called the 5-finger cage. This support-type divine ability was originally not very powerful. Even if it was cast by someone who was on par with the caster, they could still easily destroy the cage and escape. However, after Yuan Haochen mastered this assistive divine ability, he made many improvements to it. He even integrated the mysteries of the offensive divine ability, universe domination, into it. Therefore, when Yuan Haochen cast this assistive divine ability, the 5-finger cage, even if someone with similar strength as him wanted to break free, it would take some time. Just like Duan Ling Tian right now. Boom, 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 boom. Faced with the cage that enveloped him, Duan Ling Tian immediately cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword ray swept across the sky and shot toward the cage with the intention of breaking it. However, after a series of attacks, Duan Ling Tian discovered that it was impossible for him to break free. Without some effort, it would be difficult for him to break free from the cage. Whoosh! Just as Duan Ling Tian was unable to break free from the cage, Yuan Haochen caught up to him. With just a flash of his body, he passed through the cage and entered it. In front of him, the cage was as good as nothing. The reason for such a situation was because the cage was originally Yuan Haochen's technique. Duan Ling Tian, you won't be able to escape from my 5-finger cage. Yuan Haochen said coldly to Duan Ling Tian after entering the cage. Escape? Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, Palace Master Yuan, aren't you overestimating yourself? In front of you, I, Duan Ling Tian, don't need to escape. The reason Duan Ling Tian had chased after Yuan Haochen earlier was because he wanted to be in his best condition for the upcoming battle with Yuan Haochen. After all, compared to Yuan Haochen, he was not fully prepared. However, even if he was not fully prepared, he was confident that he could deal with Yuan Haochen who was fully prepared. His confidence came from his speed and the 99 saint veins in his body. His speed ensured that he would be in his best condition. The 99 saint veins in his body ensured that his saint chi would surge out of his body immediately. In that case, I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words and seeing the indifference on Duan Ling Tian's face, Yuan Haochen was so angry that he laughed. He raised his hand and formed a claw with his 5 fingers again. With a whoosh, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. However, this time, he did not cast the assist-type divine ability, 5-finger cage. Instead, he cast his offensive divine ability, universe domination. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Yuan Haochen's 5 fingers formed into a claw and swept out, the void suddenly shook and ripples spread out like ripples. An aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything was born. At this moment, Yuan Haochen seemed to be able to grab the sun, the moon, and the stars. His 5 fingers formed a claw and seemed to be able to control everything. And when the 5 fingers formed a claw and swept out, the universe was born. Universe domination was perfectly displayed by Yuan Haochen. It's not just an offensive divine ability. When Yuan Haochen's body shook and his 5 fingers formed a claw and attacked him, Duan Lingtian could see that. When Yuan Haochen attacked, it did not only contain the mysteries of divine abilities. He also saw the mysteries of a martial art move that seemed familiar. As he thought about it, he recalled the scenes from 3 years ago. At that time, Yuan Haochen's 5 fingers formed a claw that contained the mysteries of this martial art move. He casually pinched the sword that Duan Lingtian had activated with all his strength, making him feel powerless. However, compared to Yuan Haochen's attack 3 years ago, Yuan Haochen's attack today was even more powerful and terrifying. This was because Yuan Haochen had only used martial art moves when he attacked 3 years ago. This time, not only did he use martial art moves, but he also displayed his offensive divine ability. Naturally, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Where does your confidence come from? In the face of Yuan Haochen's thunderous attack, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly again. His face was as calm as ever. Don't worry, Palace Master Yuan. I'll show you where my confidence comes from. As soon as he finished speaking, although Duan Lingtian still had a faint smile on his face, there was a flash of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. Otherworldly celestial, sword-wielding art. In the face of Yuan Haochen's ferocious and unreserved attack, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. With just a flash of his body, he conjured a few more clones. At the same time, he took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and cast the sovereign heart sword. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Along with a series of short-lived sword whistling sounds, several sword rays flashed, and like soldiers, they lined up and charged towards Yuan Haochen. The sword rays pierced through the air with a piercing aura, causing the air to tremble as though it would be torn apart at any moment. Many onlookers were dazzled by Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen's attacks. Naturally, most of them could not see their attacks clearly. Duan Lingtian's technique is so powerful. As the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, Shernanfeng was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was close to breaking through to the Eminent Celestial stage. For this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the sword-wielding art, he knew Duan Lingtian's technique was not inferior to Yuan Haochen. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochen. Shernanfeng, who thought Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian, his confidence in Yuan Haochen was shaken for the first time. At the same time, regret rose in his heart. If he had known Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was so powerful, he would not have come looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian no matter how much he wanted to avenge his last disciple. Provoking such a powerful existence was a huge disaster for both him and the entire Great Spirit Palace. What happened next was just as Shernanfeng had expected. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen attacked with all their might. As they fought, the air trembled and created an earth-shattering commotion. However, in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. They were evenly matched. It was a tie. It was the same for the next few exchanges. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely shocked the onlookers. Even those who could not see Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen's attacks clearly realized how powerful Duan Lingtian was. He was not inferior to Yuan Haochen when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. Palace Master Yuan, I'll help you. Chapter 2303. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice of Shernanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and saw Shernanfeng charging toward him from the corner of his eye, he narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian was about to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to fight against 2 opponents when, whoosh, white light spread from the tribulation clouds, causing the group of people below the tribulation clouds to feel that it was incomparably dazzling. Boom! When the day was blinding, an earth-shattering clap of thunder resounded, and it also came from above the tribulation clouds. Is this the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation? The earth-shattering sound of thunder alerted Duan Lingtian that the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation was about to descend. As it turned out, he had been fighting with Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, for quite some time. Whoosh, whoosh. Two bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the sky. The first bolt was aimed at Yuan Haochen, while the second bolt was aimed at Duan Lingtian. After overcoming the first tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen had to face the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time. The second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation was much more powerful than the first one. However, this level of tribulation lightning was nothing to Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. With just a wave of their hands, they destroyed the tribulation lightning. After all, the second tribulation lightning was one of the two weakest tribulation lightning of the 81 tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. If this level of tribulation lightning was enough to pressure them, there was no need for them to continue with the tribulation lightning. Although the second tribulation lightning was not powerful, it still caused Shi Nanfeng to stop in his tracks. He did not dare to get close to Duan Lingtian before the tribulation lightning struck. At this moment, he recalled something. Currently, Duan Lingtian was undergoing the tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. If he approached Duan Lingtian while Duan Lingtian was undergoing the tribulation lightning, the tribulation clouds might think he was trying to help Duan Lingtian overcome the tribulation. At that time, the tribulation clouds would not show him any mercy. They might send a tribulation lightning that was as powerful as the 81st tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation lightning. Fortunately, the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation lightning. For a moment, Shi Nanfeng silently retreated, ignoring the strange gazes that were directed at him from all directions. Duan Lingtian, Duan Tian, seeing Shi Nanfeng retreat, many of the onlookers started whispering again. Duan Lingtian. Currently, both the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and Duan Lingtian are undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. If Shi Nanfeng recklessly rushes forward, he might incur the wrath of the celestial ascension tribulation and be killed by the tribulation. An elder from the Crimson Blaze Palace said matter-of-factly. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace must hate Duan Lingtian to the core. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his mind and joined forces with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace to deal with Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that the second tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation struck him in time and reminded him, he probably wouldn't have escaped death. How reckless! The people from the Great Spirit Palace are all brainless brats. Shh! Lower your voice. There are quite a few people from the Great Spirit Palace here. It's not a good thing to offend them. The crowd of onlookers whispered to each other. They all knew why Shi Nanfeng had acted so hastily and stopped in time. With Shi Nanfeng's hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. Duan Lingtian's face turned pale. In the end, his eyes landed on Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyin, who were standing nearby. A crazy idea appeared in his mind. Why don't I capture these three women and use them to threaten Duan Lingtian? I'll make sure Duan Lingtian doesn't retaliate and let Yuan Haochen kill him. However, as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, he quickly suppressed it. This was because he was worried that even if he detained these three women, they might not be able to threaten Duan Lingtian. Once they were unable to threaten Duan Lingtian, he would be in an even more passive position. This was because it would mean that he had completely offended Duan Lingtian, and there would be no turning back. At that time, if Duan Lingtian did not die, the Great Spirit Palace would not be able to rest in peace. Of course, the reason why Shi Nanfeng had such concerns was because he himself was a selfish person. Therefore, he liked to use his own selfishness to measure others. If he knew Kerr and Duan Xiling were Duan Lingtian's weakness and would definitely be able to threaten Duan Lingtian, he would not have such concerns. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Shi Nanfeng was pondering, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen made their moves again. One of them moved like a bird while the other moved like a cannonball. As their figures crossed each other, they also repeatedly attacked each other. However, after a while, they were still evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems like it'll be difficult to determine the victor between us, Yuan Haochen said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had also stopped moving. I didn't expect you to be so powerful as well, Palace Master Yuan, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Yuan Haochen. Duan Lingtian's tone changed as soon as he finished speaking. However, Palace Master Yuan, I don't agree with you when you say it's difficult to determine the victor between us. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he reached the end of his sentence. What? Are you trying to say that you still have some tricks up your sleeve? Yuan Haochen sneered. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian still had some tricks up his sleeve. This was because he had seen all the tricks Duan Lingtian had up his sleeves when they exchanged blows earlier. Apart from those tricks, he did not think Duan Lingtian had any tricks up his sleeves. I really did have some tricks up my sleeve. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile almost as soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking. As soon as he replied, his body began to swell again. It seemed as though he had become much stronger in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, his purple robe seemed to be tight-fitting. Pa, pa, pa. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's purple robe was torn apart by his expanding body. The scene that appeared after his robe was torn apart caused everyone's eyes to narrow in shock. This was because Duan Lingtian's body was no longer that of a human. Although Duan Lingtian's body was still in human form from his neck down, it no longer resembled a human. Instead, it was covered in shining scales. They were dragon scales. His hands and feet also transformed into 4 seemingly strong and powerful dragon claws. The 9 sharp claws of each dragon claw flickered with a terrifying luster, as if they could tear through everything. Human dragon body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had finally revealed his trump card. He had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Dragon warrior? When Duan Lingtian transformed into a dragon warrior, the first person to react was not the group of people under the tribulation cloud. Instead, it was the gray-clad old man, the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, who was standing on the tribulation cloud. Moreover, he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior? The gray-clad old man's gaze pierced through the tribulation cloud and landed on Duan Lingtian. An expression of shock appeared on his calm face. Don't tell me there's a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Saint Province realm? Upon seeing the 9-clawed dragon warrior, the gray-clad old man immediately thought of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind the 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, a 9-clawed dragon warrior could only be created by a 9-clawed divine dragon. A 9-clawed dragon warrior? The patriarch of the human devil clan, who was standing next to the gray-clad old man, finally regained his senses. His eyes widened in shock as an expression of shock appeared on his face. Naturally, he had heard of the dragon warrior. However, he did not expect to see a 9-clawed dragon warrior in the Debussy subterranean realm in the Saint Province realm. After all, there were different grades of dragon warriors. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was the highest grade among all dragon warriors. Only a legendary 9-clawed divine dragon could create a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Could it be that a 9-clawed divine dragon has appeared in the Saint Province realm? At the same time, the patriarch of the human devil clan shared the same thoughts as his master. At the same time that this thought arose in his mind, his eyes couldn't help but reveal waves of fear. A 9-clawed divine dragon was a legendary existence after all. If a 9-clawed divine dragon appeared in the Saint Province realm, it would not be good news for the human devil clan. Since a 9-clawed dragon warrior had appeared, how could a 9-clawed divine dragon be far away? This was the thought that surfaced in the minds of the patriarch of the human devil clan and his master. Under the tribulation clouds. This is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Whether it was Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, or the knowledgeable onlookers, all of them recognized Duan Lingtian's current form. A 9-clawed dragon warrior? What's that? Naturally, this was the first time some of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciples had heard of a 9-clawed dragon warrior. However, when the elders of Wandering Saint Palace explained to them what a 9-clawed dragon warrior was, they were stunned. A nine-clawed dragon warrior was a descendant of a nine-clawed divine dragon. They had never heard of a nine-clawed dragon warrior before, but they had heard of a nine-clawed divine dragon. A nine-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful existence among dragons. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said in a deep voice, I admit that I'm no match for you after you transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.